Chapter 1377. Was he panicking? Yin Yaoyao was silent. She knew that if Yi Xian nodded and agreed, then doubting would really let bygones be bygones. Even if White Emperor Star Sovereign wanted to pursue the matter, he could not. With White Robe's protection, no one could stop him except that Dao ancestor. However, she did not panic at all, because she knew that Yi Xian would not join doubting. Yin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You won't join doubting, right? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Yin Yaoyao looked at White Robe and smiled. White Robe, did you hear that? White Robe glanced at Yi Xian. Take a spear from me? Yi Xian looked straight at White Robe. All right. White Robe did not waste any words and stabbed with his spear. Chi. The space in front of Yi Xian split open. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and 4 domains appeared. At the same time, his entire body became covered in blood. He had used all his trump cards. Facing White Robe, Yi Xian naturally did not dare to hold back. He attacked with all his strength. Within the 4 domains, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Boom. Yi Xian was pushed back by the spear attack. He was pushed back thousands of feet, and when he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, White Robe glanced at Yi Xian. Not bad. With that, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. At this time, Yin Yaoyao suddenly said, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Xian smiled. He wanted to kill me with a spear. Yin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Yes. But you blocked it. So, are you proud? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm laughing because I know what level my strength is at now. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. In that exchange, he had lost. But he was very happy, because he had discovered his own shortcomings. Realm. In that exchange just now, there was no battle technique involved. It was just a simple suppression of realm and strength. If he reached the Dao defense realm, he would be able to put up a fight against Zhenwu or White Robe. Even now, he still had the strength to fight. He couldn't win, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight. Especially after activating the power of his bloodline, he could fight anyone. He had to find a way to reach the Dao defense realm. At this thought, Yi Xian looked towards Qin Yaoyao. Miss Yaoyao, can you do me a favor? Qin Yaoyao asked in a deep voice. You want to reach the Dao controlling realm? Yi Xian nodded. Feng Yaoyao was silent. Yi Xian asked, Is it very difficult? Qi Yaoyao didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, The Tomb of Dao doesn't want me to reach the Dao defense realm? Ting Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Understood. Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. You will become the Tomb of Dao's enemy? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Miss Yaoyao, you should ask the Tomb of Dao, not me. Ting Yaoyao was silent for a moment before saying softly, I'll be frank with you. It's best if you don't reach the Dao defense realm now. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Because doubting won't let you reach the Dao defense realm. I'm willing to bet that doubting will kill you at all costs if you try to reach the Dao defense realm now. Moreover, the Tomb of Dao may have other intentions. After you reach the Dao defense realm, you will be at least 10 times more threatening than you are now. Yi Xian was already very terrifying now. If he reached the Dao defense realm, even the Tomb of Dao would be afraid of him, let alone doubting. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It's too difficult for me. Then he turned and left. Qi Yaoyao suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian turned to look at Ting Yaoyao. She flicked her finger, and a storage ring landed in front of Yi Xian. It was the storage ring Yi Xian had given her. There were 100,000 fortune crystals inside. Yi Xian smiled. This is the protection fee. Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. You seized 2 supreme grade mines for the Tomb of Dao. This is my reward for you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. This is 100,000 fortune crystals. Ting Yaoyao blinked. Do I look like I need money? Yi Xian. Ting Yaoyao smiled. You really need this now. Take it. Yi Xian didn't refuse. He took the storage ring. Thanks. Then he turned and left. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Divine Palace. Inside the palace, White Robe sat cross-legged on the ground. Behind him stood an old man. The old man said in a deep voice, Divine General, how is that young man? White Robe said, "Not bad, not bad." The old man's expression turned serious. This was a very high evaluation. The old man asked again, "Divine General, what are your plans?" White Robe said softly, "Wait." The old man frowned. "Divine General, if we continue to wait like this, once Yi Xian reaches the Dao Imperial Realm." White Robe opened his eyes. "Why should we be afraid of the enemy?" The old man wanted to say something but stopped. White Robe slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian returned to the fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension was unprecedentedly powerful. The spiritual qi was also unprecedentedly rich. There were more than 160 dragon veins in the fifth dimension. The origin of the fifth dimension, which was the origin spirit, was also slowly recovering. However, her recovery speed was a little slow. Now she was also slowly spreading her origin power between heaven and earth. In short, everything in the fifth dimension was getting better and better. And in that starry sky, which was also the starfield where Mu Nianyan's main body was located, more and more mysterious energy appeared in this starry sky and slowly gathered towards Mu Nianyan's main body. Sword Sect. After returning to the fifth dimension, Yi Xian directly went to the Sword Sect. At this time, the Sword Sect had 320 swordsmen. These swordsmen had all reached Release 1. True Release 1. Their current goal was to reach Dao Confirmation. Currently, in the entire fifth dimension, there were still very few who had reached Dao Confirmation. Only Arrow, and Lanxiu, and the others had done so with the help of 3 lives and Dao scriptures. However, with these fortune divine crystals, Yi Xian believed that more and more people would reach Dao Confirmation in the future. Inside the Sword Sect's main hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him were 5 Dao scriptures. There were 9 Dao scriptures in total, and he currently had 5. If he could gather all 9, he could summon the great Dao spirit. He naturally did not forget Sister Nian's words. Gather the Dao scriptures, awaken the great Dao spirit, and then let the great Dao spirit help him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Knowing destiny, is the great Dao spirit very strong?" "Yi knowing destiny. I don't know." Yi Xian blinked. "You haven't seen it before?" Yi knowing destiny said in a deep voice, "No. The great Dao spirit is recorded, but I have never seen it before." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian put away the Dao scriptures. He looked at his right hand and slowly clenched it. A powerful force condensed in his fist. Dao fist. He rarely used this Dao scripture martial art, not because it was not powerful enough, but because it was too powerful. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Dao fist, Dao fist." Saying this, he opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. Why didn't he fuse his Dao fist with his sword? Just do it. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a powerful force suddenly condensed in his hand. In the end, this force began to gather in the executing heaven sword in his hand. The executing heaven sword began to tremble violently. Crack. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly cracked. A trace of excitement flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He did not expect it to work. Yi Xian slowly raised the executing heaven sword. In the executing heaven sword, other than his own sword Dao power, there was also the power of the Dao fist. He completely fused the 2 forces into one. However, the force was too strong, and he felt that his body could not withstand it. Yi Xian quickly stopped. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand, and a moment later he began again. The power of sword Dao and Dao fist merged. He wanted to create a new sword skill. In order to control these 2 powerful forces, he began to use his sword domain to suppress them. However, he found that even the sword domain could not suppress these 2 forces, so he used the death domain and the blood domain. Under the suppression of the 3 domains, he began to slowly control the power of the Dao fist and his sword Dao. Dao fist. One fist contained the great Dao. After fusing the power into the sword, his sword naturally became a Dao sword. One sword contained the great Dao. In the main hall, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and in his 3 domains, an extremely powerful force constantly shook. Fortunately, there were 3 domains to suppress it, or the main hall would have been turned to dust. Just like that, Yi Xian began to slowly try to control these 2 forces. Heaven Abyss. Although Yi Xian had taken 2 supreme-grade spirit veins, and Yi Xian had stolen more than 200,000 fortune divine crystals, Doubting did not take any revenge. Outside Heaven Abyss, in the Heavenly Palace, Bai Dizzy sat on a chair, thinking silently. Not far from him was True Martial Divine Lord. They already knew about what happened in Heaven Abyss. At this moment, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, "Are we still waiting?" Bai Dizzy opened his eyes, looked outside the hall, and said softly, "Wait." True Martial Divine Lord looked at Bai Dizzy. "What are you waiting for?" In fact, he and White Robe were already prepared to kill Yi Xian at all costs. They did not want to see Yi Xian reach the Dao Defense Realm. Once Yi Xian reached the Dao Defense Realm, it would be extraordinarily difficult to kill him. However, his and White Robe's plan was stopped by Bai Dizzy. He and White Robe chose to respect Bai Dizzy's insistence. Bai Dizzy got up, walked to the door of the hall, and said softly, "Qian Li and Divine Wind should be finding her soon." Divine Lord True Martial understood immediately. The woman in the plain dress. Bai Dizzy had already sent people to look for the woman in the plain dress. True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, "So what if they find her?" Bai Dizzy said softly, "True Martial, I know you're worried, but forgive me for being blunt. Why did Doubting end up like this? It's because we underestimated Moon Yin. I don't want to underestimate anyone, especially this woman in the plain dress. I won't be at ease until I find her." True Martial was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you think this woman in the plain dress is stronger than Moon Yin?" Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. "Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be. I don't believe there's a woman stronger than Moon Yin in this world. Even if there is, it's impossible for us to meet all of them. People like Moon Yin were already spiritual beings. Could there be a woman stronger than her?" Bai Dizzy would never believe it. Just as True Martial was about to speak, Bai Dizzy suddenly opened his eyes. They found her. Somewhere in the distant starry sky, 2 middle-aged men were sprinting in the starry sky. One of the men said excitedly, "Divine Wind, I can already feel her aura. We'll be able to see her soon." The man called Divine Wind was also excited. "After a month of relentless searching, we finally found her." As soon as he said that, the 2 men's speed suddenly increased. P.S. Thank you for all the tips from the readers, thank you very much. I don't update much, sometimes I'm still sloppy, I have a lot of typos, I often dig holes and don't bury them. If I wasn't handsome, you guys would have run away. Am I right? To be honest, many readers read my book because they covet my beauty. Top. Chapter 1378. This was an unknown starry sky. The starry sky was deep and filled with twinkling stars that crisscrossed each other. At first glance, it was like an exquisite painting that was pleasing to the eye. The starry sky was beautiful, but it was also frightening. Because it was unknown. This starry sky had no end. No one knew what was in it. In the depths of this starry sky, a sword-wielding woman walked slowly. The woman wore a plain dress that was spotless. She walked slowly like a lonely traveler. No one knew where she was going. She didn't know either. However, she wasn't lost at all. When a person has someone they care about, their life will have meaning. Longevity? She had never thought about longevity. In the past, her long life had only brought her loneliness. Invincible? She had been invincible for a very, very long time. As for this endless universe and the endless end of the martial path, she wasn't curious at all. She couldn't create this endless universe, but she could destroy it. No matter how powerful the universe was, it was nothing more than a strike from her sword. As for the end of the martial path, if it really had an end, would it be able to stop her sword? Right now, she only wanted to do one thing. She wanted to reach that end and kill that person. When that time came, perhaps she would stop and look at the scenery of this world. But now, apart from that person, everything else seemed unnecessary to her. At that moment, the woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks. Not far in front of her was a huge black pyramid. The black pyramid was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it towered in the starry sky. In front of the black pyramid was a statue of a man. The man held a spear and looked up at the starry sky. The woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks and looked at the black pyramid. At that moment, the starry sky behind her suddenly trembled. Soon 2 men appeared behind her. They were Divine Wind and Qianli. The 2 of them looked exhausted. Naturally, they would be exhausted. For the past month, they had been searching for the woman in the plain dress without sleep or rest. Fortunately, the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. They had finally found her. The woman in the plain dress looked at the 2 of them without saying a word. At that moment, Divine Wind frowned. Qianli, something's wrong. Qianli scanned his surroundings and his expression quickly darkened. At that moment, the 2 of them suddenly realized that this galaxy was no longer the galaxy they were familiar with. The records of the doubting didn't include this galaxy. Where is this? At this moment, both of them had the same question in their minds. Qianli suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman. Where is this place? The plain-clothed woman still did not speak. Qianli's brows knit together slightly, and he was about to speak when Godwind spoke solemnly. Something's off. Qianli looked at Divine Wind. Divine Wind stared at Qianli. Can you sense her? Qianli looked at the woman in a plain dress when he heard this, and his expression quickly became solemn. Because he couldn't sense the woman in the plain dress in front of him. The plainly dressed woman was standing in front of him, but he couldn't feel her. Divine Wind glanced at the woman in a plain dress and said, We've probably encountered a formidable obstacle. After a moment of silence, Qianli cupped his fists towards the woman in the plain dress. Do you know Yi Xian? He decided to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. The person in front of him was clearly a tough one. It was better not to make a move first. It was better to be more stable. Yi Xian. When she heard Qianli's words, there was finally a trace of emotion in the woman's eyes, and she nodded slightly. I know him. Qianli looked at the plain-dressed woman. Do you know our origins? The woman shook her head. Qianli said, We're from Doubting. We're here on the orders of Lord Tai by Jinxing to look for you. The woman looked at Qianli, and her voice was emotionless. Are you courting death? Qianli was speechless. Divine Wind suddenly said, Let's retreat. At this moment he sensed danger. As heavenly generals of Doubting, both of them weren't idiots. At this moment, both of them sensed that something was off when they saw the woman in a plain dress. Danger. That's the feeling. Qianli said in a low voice. Are we leaving just like that? Divine Wind looked at the woman in a plain dress. We might not be able to defeat her, Qianli said in a low voice. How will we explain to Lord Tai by Jinxing if we leave just like that? As he spoke, he looked at the woman in a plain dress. Even if we can't defeat her if we join forces, it shouldn't be a problem for us to retreat unscathed. Divine Wind fell silent. Actually, he still felt slightly uneasy. The woman in front of him stood there without saying a word. She looked harmless, but he felt uneasy in his heart. However, as Qianli had said, how would he explain if he returned just like that? At this thought, Divine Wind made up his mind. Then let's fight. Qianli looked at the woman in a plain dress and said with a smile, Your Excellency, to be honest, the 2 of us are here to seek guidance from Your Excellency. Please enlighten us. The woman in a plain dress shook her head. There's no need for guidance. I'll grant you death. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Behind her, both Qianli and Xinfeng's bodies stiffened. Both of their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Even in death, they didn't know when the woman in a plain dress had attacked. A moment later, Divine Wind suddenly said in a trembling voice, Doubting is in danger. Qianli slowly closed his eyes. Doubting is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them completely disappeared into the starry sky. They were directly wiped out. The woman in a plain dress walked into the distance. When she approached the Black Pyramid, the statue in front of the pyramid suddenly opened its eyes and looked down at the woman in a plain dress. Mortal. The voice was cold and emotionless. The woman in a plain dress paid no attention to the statue and continued walking towards the Black Pyramid. Seeing this, the statue frowned. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed danger. The stronger one was, the more they could sense the power of the woman in a plain dress. Behind the woman in a plain dress, the statue said again, You don't have a divine body or godhead. Why are you so powerful? The woman in a plain dress still didn't answer. She walked to the black pyramid and casually waved her hand. The impenetrable black pyramid immediately split open. The woman in a plain dress walked slowly. The statue didn't stop her because he didn't dare. Soon, the woman in a plain dress entered the black pyramid. But soon she walked out again. After coming out, she looked into the distance. At the end of the starry sky was a huge abyss, and in the abyss was a black pyramid. The woman in a plain dress suddenly said, "What is this place?" The statue hurriedly said, "Ancient God Abyss." The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly. She opened her palm and a sword suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, an extremely powerful sword aura enveloped the entire Ancient God Abyss. In an instant, the entire Ancient God Abyss became illusory. Seeing this, the statue was stunned. She wanted to destroy the Ancient God Abyss? Why? At this moment, in the huge abyss, people suddenly appeared on the black pyramids. They were all illusory, not their real bodies. Everyone looked at the woman in a plain dress. In their eyes, there was an unprecedented seriousness. Every person standing on the pyramid was at least at the peak of the Tao attainment realm. However, at this moment, everyone's faces were extremely solemn. In their eyes, there was only fear. Deep fear. Just one sword strike was enough to make them feel despair. No one resisted. No one dared. No one could. Under the shroud of the sword aura, the entire black pyramid in the Ancient God Abyss actually trembled, and then slowly cracked. The entire Ancient God Abyss was about to be erased. And in the field, no one dared to resist. At this moment, a black-robed elder suddenly appeared in front of the woman in a plain dress. The black-robed elder's aura was as vast as the starry sky, unfathomable. Above the Tao attainment realm, the black-robed elder bowed slightly to the woman in a plain dress and smiled bitterly. "I'm Suja. May I know how I've offended you?" The woman in a plain dress looked at Suja. "No." Suja was slightly puzzled. "Then why do you want to destroy us?" The woman in a plain dress fell silent for a moment. "Your strength is too strong for my brother. It's not something he can bear at his age. So all of you can die." Hearing this, Suja and the others were dumbfounded. "We're strong and threaten your brother, so you want to kill us? What kind of logic is that? Is it wrong for us to be strong? That's not human." Suddenly, the sword in the woman's hand trembled, and in the next moment, the surrounding pyramids actually started to crack inch by inch. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this. At this moment, Suja hurriedly said, "Please be merciful. Don't worry, we will definitely not become enemies with your brother." "Damn it, what a joke. You're so strong. How would we dare to become enemies with your brother?" Meanwhile, the sword in the woman's hand calmed down. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the strong cultivators in the crowd instantly relaxed. The woman in the plain dress looked at Suja, and Suja hurriedly asked, "Is your brother from the dark abyss?" The woman in the plain dress shook her head. Suja heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we will not become enemies with your brother. Absolutely not." The woman in the plain dress thought for a moment, and then said, "I'm going to a very far place and all of you are a huge threat to him. I'm worried." Suja's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we will definitely not become enemies with your brother. We can swear on our souls." As he spoke, he hurriedly looked at the people in the crowd. "Swear. Hurry up and swear." At this moment, Suja was on the verge of tears. "Big sister, please let us go. We don't dare to become enemies with your brother." In the crowd, the people in the crowd hurriedly swore as well. They had no choice but to be cowards at this time. The woman in the plain dress fell silent. After she swore, everyone in the crowd looked at the woman in the plain dress, and the stone that had dropped in their hearts rose again. The woman in front of them was so strong that it made them feel despair. It was really despair. Ordinary people could not feel the strength of the woman in the plain dress, but they could. Just that one sword strike was enough to destroy everyone in the crowd. That sword strike had already exceeded their understanding. After a moment, the woman in the plain dress looked at the crowd, and then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, The woman in the plain dress stopped again. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. The woman in the plain dress waved her right hand, and a portrait appeared in front of Suja. It was a portrait of Yi Xian. The woman in the plain dress looked at Suja. "This is my brother." Suja looked at the portrait, and then hurriedly turned to look at the people in the crowd. "Look carefully. Look carefully." Everyone hurriedly looked at the portrait. They looked very carefully. The woman in the plain dress looked at the crowd. "Don't bully my brother." After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after, she disappeared into the starry sky. In the arena, Suja shook his head and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Oh my God, who's the one bullying who? Is there still law in this world? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still justice in this world?" Chapter 1379. Two Worlds Abyss, Heavenly Palace, Grand Hall. Bai Dizzy, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhenwu looked at Bai Dizzy from afar. "What's wrong?" Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. "Divine Wind and Qianli are dead." Dead. Lord Zhenwu was silent. The hall was silent. After a long time, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "It seems that this woman is stronger than we thought." Zhenwu looked at Bai Dizzy. "We can't wait any longer. Yi Xian will reach Imperial Dao if we wait any longer." Bai Dizzy was silent. Zhenwu said, "I know you're worried about the woman, but we really don't have that much time now. Yi Xian is now at the peak of Dao validation. If the Dao tomb helps him reach Imperial Dao, it will be very difficult for us to kill him." Bai Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. "Zhenwu, I suggest we figure out Yi Xian's identity and the woman's identity first." Zhenwu frowned. "Yi Xian's identity?" Bai Dizzy nodded. "This person has a special bloodline, and I haven't found the origin of that bloodline." Then he shook his head, his eyes full of worry. The more he investigated Yi Xian, the more he realized that Yi Xian was not simple. As if thinking of something, Bai Dizzy shook his head again and sighed. He had thought that after Munyanyan's death, it would be much easier for Doubting to kill Yi Xian. But now he found that things were not as simple as he thought. At this time, Zhenwu suddenly said, "We can't wait any longer." Bai Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. Zhenwu said, "Whether his background is simple or not, we have no way out. We will kill him in the future, and we will kill him now. Why not kill him now?" Bai Dizzy was silent. Zhenwu continued, "Bai Dizzy, you have to understand that once this person attains the Imperial Dao, even I won't be able to kill him. But now, we only need to pay a small price to kill him." Bai Dizzy said in a low voice, "The Dao tomb?" Zhenwu said, "We will give the people of the Dao tomb a choice. As for how they choose, it will be up to them." After a long silence, Bai Dizzy no longer hesitated. "Kill." True Martial Divine Lord nodded and looked outside the hall. "Make all the necessary preparations." Bai Dizzy nodded and got up to leave. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were closed, and the executing heaven sword was trembling slightly in his hand. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slashed with his sword. Chi! A streak of sword light pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky within a radius of nearly 100,000 kilometers was reduced to nothingness. Erased. The Taoist fist and the power of his sword Dao. He could now control both of these powers. When these two powers combined, they were at least 3 times stronger than the Taoist fist. After the strike, Yi Xian felt his body become extremely empty, as if it had been sucked dry. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, his body would have been destroyed by this sword. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. Let's call it the Taoist sword. This sword contained the great Dao. After a while, Yi Xian sheathed his sword, looked around, and then turned to leave. Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly King City. Qi Yaoyao stood quietly at the entrance of the Heavenly King Hall, as if waiting for Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked over to Qi Yaoyao, and was just about to speak when the space in the sky above the Heavenly King Hall suddenly split open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. White robes. Behind the white-robed man, There were more than 1,000 experts. Among them, there were a total of 36 Sir Gods, 36 Divine Lords. Besides them, all the top experts of the White Cloak Army were here. Yi Xian looked at the sky in silence. Qi Yaoyao smiled. Are you panicking? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Qi Yaoyao said softly. They're negotiating. Yi Xian looked at Qi Yaoyao. Luo Ho and True Marshal? Qi Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yaoyao, I want to see how they negotiate. Qi Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Can I? Qi Yaoyao nodded. Yes. With that, she and Yi Xian disappeared. The next moment, the two appeared in a small pavilion. Yi Xian saw a few familiar faces. By Dizzy, True Martial Divine Lord Luo Ho, Aku Wang. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's sudden appearance. Qi Yaoyao smiled. He wants to see how you negotiate, so I brought him here. You guys continue. Luo Ho looked at Qi Yaoyao in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. We meet again. Bai Dizzy smiled. You're a little late. We're done. Yi Xian smiled. Let me guess. You gave Senior Luo Ho a condition he couldn't refuse, right? Luo Ho suddenly said. 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. And we won't fight for 20 years. 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. Yi Xian smiled. Does Senior Luo Ho agree? Luo Ho nodded. We can't refuse. Just as he said, the Dao Tomb couldn't refuse. As long as the Dao Tomb didn't do anything, they would get the 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. Moreover, they could use the doubting to kill Yi Xian. As long as the doubting killed Yi Xian, would the people behind Yi Xian let it go? They definitely wouldn't let it go. It could be said that once Yi Xian died, the people behind him would fight the doubting to the death. At that time, the Dao Tomb would reap the benefits. In short, giving up on Yi Xian had only benefits. Luo Ho stood up and looked at Qi Yaoyao. Let's go. Qi Yaoyao didn't move. Luo Ho frowned. Qi Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Aren't you going to say something? Yi Xian was silent. Qi Yaoyao walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Have you given up? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Luo Ho and smiled. Senior Luo Ho, I have to say that you underestimate me too much. What? I'm only worth 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're a smart person. There are some things that you can understand without saying, right? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. However, there is something that Senior Luo Ho will definitely be interested in. Luo Ho nodded. Speak. Yi Xian smiled. I can gather all 9 scriptures. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. The scriptures are still in your hands. Yi Xian smiled. Senior is a smart person. There are some things that we don't need to say. What do you think? Luo Ho smiled. Yes. However, what makes you say that you can gather all 9 scriptures? According to my knowledge, you only have 5 right now, right? Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he smiled. Senior Luo Ho, I'll answer that question later. Everyone, if I'm not wrong, then all of you are definitely very curious about my identity and background, right? Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Just as Yi Xian had said, he was indeed curious about Yi Xian's identity and background. Bai Dizzy suddenly smiled. What? Are you going to introduce yourself? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Heaven and Earth gourd appeared in his hand. Luo Ho frowned when he saw the Heaven and Earth gourd because he didn't recognize it. However, Bai Dizzy's expression changed drastically. The Heaven and Earth gourd. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Dizzy while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This old man is really experienced and knowledgeable. He even knows the Heaven and Earth gourd. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. That place you're from? Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian. What place? Yi Xian smiled and said, The Whirling World. Luo Ho's expression changed when he heard this. The Whirling World. Even the doubting sects and the Dao Tomb were quite unfamiliar to this place. Because even they didn't know where the Whirling World was. All they knew was that the Dao scriptures had been passed down from the Whirling World. Yi Xian gazed at them and smiled. To tell you the truth, I'm the young master of the #1 sect in the Whirling World, the Whirling School. I've come to this world for the sake of gathering the precious treasure of my whirling school, the Tao scriptures. The whirling school. Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian with a doubtful expression. He knew that Yi Xian's forte was deception. Bai Dizzy suddenly smiled and said, Yi Xian, you say you're the young master of the whirling school. How do we know if you're telling the truth or not? Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. If I'm not wrong, the doubting sects should have investigated my, Yi Xian's background. I'd like to ask, did you find out? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you know why you didn't find out? Because it's very simple, I'm from the whirling world. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Deception, continue to deceive. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you know why I was able to gather the 5 Tao scriptures? Because they originally belonged to my whirling world. Do you know who that woman who stopped the Tao ancestor was? She's also from the whirling world. Saying this, he looked at Luo Ho and said, Senior Luo Ho, what's a mere 10 top quality spirit veins? When I return in the future, my whirling school can give you 20-30. Luo Ho was silent. Bai Dizzy looked at Luo Ho and said, Do you really believe what he said? Luo Ho suddenly said, As far as I know, when you went to the doubting world, you used a little white fellow to absorb all the spirit chi in the doubting world, and took away more than 100 dragon veins in the doubting world. Yi Xian said, Senior guessed correctly. That was the spirit ancestor. The spirit ancestor. Hearing this, Luo Ho's expression became extremely grave. The spirit ancestor. That was only a legend. Yi Xian smiled and said, Her name is Xiaobai and she's also from the whirling world. When I went to the doubting world last time, I asked her to help. Saying this, he raised the gourd in his hand and said, This gourd is called the Heaven and Earth Gourd, and it's the #1 treasure of my whirling school. It contains the power of heaven and earth. Anyone who enters it, even if they're at the Tao defense realm, will turn into a puddle of blood. Saying this, he looked at Bai Dizzy and said, My whirling school has already regarded the doubting world as our mortal enemy. In a few days an army will come. Old man, do you know how many people will come? 100,000. 100,000 Tao defense realm experts. By then, I'll flatten the doubting world. Just wait for your death. PS tickets. Chapter 1380. 100,000 Tao defense state. Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone's expression became a bit strange. Even Qi Yaoyao shook her head. What did 100,000 Tao defense state mean? The doubting and the Tao tomb combined didn't exceed 200 Tao defense state. 100,000. Was this a cabbage? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Xian said, You don't believe me? Next to him, Bai Dizzy said indifferently, Your mouth is yours. You can even say 200,000. Yi Xian said with a smile, Everyone, don't forget that the Tao scripture came from our whirling world. The Tao scripture used to be a complete Tao scripture. In our whirling world, the Tao scripture's martial arts inheritance is the most complete. In our place, Tao proving is like a dog, walking all over the place. At this moment, Zhenwu suddenly said, Since the whirling world is so strong, why don't you call them over to destroy the doubting? Hearing this, Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and said with a smile, Bai Di Xingjun, you're so smart. You should know why, right? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. I don't know. I want to hear your lies. Yi Xian. At this moment, Qi Yaoyao suddenly said, There are 2 reasons. First, it should be very difficult for the whirling world to come here, just like how we can't go to the whirling world. Second, speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian. They want to train you. Yi Xian said with a smile. It's not that they want to train me. It's that I want to train myself. Qi Yaoyao asked, What do you mean? Yi Xian looked at Luo Ho and said with a smile, Senior Luo Ho, do you think I, Yi Xian, can destroy the doubting? Luo Ho shook his head. No. Yi Xian asked again, If not now, what about the future? Luo Ho wanted to say something but stopped. The current Yi Xian indeed couldn't destroy the doubting. But what about the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy said with a smile, Yi Xian, I've long since heard that you're good at bluffing, but I never expected you to be so good at it. holding a broken gourd. He said that he was the young sect master of the whirling world's #1 power, the whirling school. Why didn't he say that he was the son of the plane of the 9 dimensions? In any case, we have never been to the 9 dimensions. Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, the gourd immortal suddenly shouted, "Old man, who are you calling a broken gourd?" Bai Dizzy glared at the gourd immortal. "I'm talking about you." Enraged, the gourd immortal turned into a beam of white light and charged at Bai Dizzy. In the distance, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly swung his sword. Boom. The gourd deity's attack was blocked. Immortal Gourd scolded, "Old man, have you heard of the whirling sect?" Bai Dizzy was expressionless. "I don't know." Immortal Gourd. Bai Dizzy looked at the gourd immortal. "What, are you threatening me?" Immortal Gourd said angrily. "Then have you heard of the 5th dimension Tendo?" Hearing this, Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Immortal Gourd sneered. "Let me tell you, the 5th dimension Tendo has been to the whirling world, and she is the honorary elder of the whirling sect." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Mu Nian Nian. Damn, this woman is from the whirling sect? Yi Xian glanced at the gourd immortal. Damn, is this guy telling the truth? Sister Nian has really been to the whirling sect? At this moment, the gourd immortal said again, "Old man, do you know how strong the whirling sect is? Let me tell you. The whirling sect has 100,000 Dao controlling realm experts, more than 10,000 Dao attainment realm experts, and several hundred Dao attainment realm experts. And our sect master. Do you know how strong our sect master is?" Bai Dizzy gazed at the gourd immortal with an emotionless expression. "I don't. Why don't you tell me?" The gourd immortal laughed coldly. "Let me show you how strong my sect master is. Little kid Yi, take out that sword from the top of the pagoda." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it. When did the owner of the sword from the top of the pagoda become the sect master of your whirling sect? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the gourd immortal said, "Quickly take it out. Let them see it." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the sword from the founding ancestor of the fallen immortal isle. He passed it to Luo Ho. "Senior, please take a look." Luo Ho's expression instantly became solemn when he laid eyes on the sword. One could discern a person just by looking at the sword. The owner of this sword was absolutely not an ordinary person. Bai Dizzy and Emperor True Martial's expressions also became extremely solemn. Especially Emperor True Martial, because he was a swordsman. He was shocked when he saw the sword. Yi Xian looked at Emperor True Martial and said with a smile, "Emperor True Martial, you are also a swordsman. Can you comment on this sword?" Emperor True Martial glanced at Yi Xian, but he did not say anything. The gourd immortal suddenly sneered. "Comment? Is he qualified?" Yi Xian smiled. As the gourd immortal had said, Emperor True Martial was indeed not qualified to comment on this sword. The owner of this sword was on the same level as Qing. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Luo Ho and said with a smile, "Senior Luo Ho, as the young sect master of the whirling sect, I would like to cooperate with the land of Dao Tomb. Do you want to talk?" Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. "About what?" Yi Xian smiled. "About the Daoist scriptures and the top grade or veins." Luo Ho fell silent. Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy suddenly laughed. "Luo Ho, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you?" Luo Ho looked at Bai Dizzy. "Then can you explain this sword, this gourd, and the person behind it?" Bai Dizzy did not say anything. Explain? How? He could not explain. In fact, for a moment, he felt like he was from the whirling world. That was the only way to explain everything that had happened. But he did not believe Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian and the gourd were fooling him. Luo Ho glanced at Bai Dizzy and said, "Bai Dixing, the land of Dao Tomb has been investigating Yi Xian's background. I believe that your doubting has been investigating as well. But we could not find anything. He and the person behind him are too mysterious. Almost untraceable. But if Yi Xian is from the whirling world, then everything can be explained. What do you think?" Doubting looked at Luo Ho. "Luo Ho, he killed the divine lady." Luo Ho turned to look at Yi Xian. "Did you kill the divine lady?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "I didn't kill her, Doubting killed her." Luoho looked at Bai Dixing. Doubting killed her. Bai Dixing looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Yi Xian, you are an outstanding person. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Yi Xian smiled. Bai Dixing, then tell me, why did I kill the Divine Lady? What reason do I have to kill the Divine Lady? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then turned to look at Luoho. It seems that the Dao Tomb wants to protect Yi Xian. Luoho looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, do you have anything to say? Yi Xian smiled. If the Dao scripture is gathered, I will share it with the Dao Tomb. I will keep my promise. Luoho smiled. I believe you. He still believed in Yi Xian's character, because Yi Xian had previously shared the Dao scripture with everyone in the fifth dimension. Both White Emperors and Zhen Wu's faces darkened when they saw this. Luoho changed his mind. Why did Luoho change his mind? Simple benefits. If Mu Nianyan was still here, even if Yi Xian did not move out of the whirling world, he would still choose to ally with the fifth dimension. But Mu Nianyan was not here. Only Yi Xian's fifth dimension had no value. Instead, Yi Xian might become a great enemy in the future. Therefore, he chose to give up on Yi Xian. Giving up on Yi Xian could only bring him benefits. But now he chose to help Yi Xian. Because of Yi Xian's identity, the young master of the whirling world. When a person's strength reached a certain level, others would not see him as a threat. Instead, they would think of ways to become his ally. And having a backer was also a kind of strength. Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yi Xian, this is the first time I've seen someone with such a strong mouth. With just a few words, you changed your fate. If the 3,000 great Daos had a Dao of the mouth, you could definitely achieve Dao. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and smiled. Bai Dixing Jun, I know that you have been investigating my bloodline power and the plain-dressed woman. But I want to ask, have you found anything? Bai Dizzy did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. It seems that you haven't. But now that I have taken the initiative to tell you my origin, you are not happy. Why is that? Bai Dizzy shook his head and smiled. Yi Xian, it is impossible for you to collect all the Dao scriptures, because I, the doubting, have 2 Dao scriptures. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. The day your doubting is destroyed is the day I obtain the Dao scriptures. Destroy the doubting. Bai Dizzy narrowed his eyes. You think you can do it? Yi Xian smiled and turned to look at Luoho. Senior Luoho, let's go. Luoho nodded. Right when Yi Xian and the others were about to leave, a white figure suddenly appeared before them. A white robe. Luoho's right hand that was hidden behind his back couldn't help but clench tightly when he saw the white robe. Along with the appearance of the white robe, countless experts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The White Robe Army. There were 36 divine monarchs amongst them. Practically all the experts of the doubting in the two-world abyss were here. Meanwhile, a few hundred experts suddenly appeared behind Luoho and the others. All of them were Dao breakers. The White Robe gazed at Yi Xian. You must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that stabbed forward. The might of this spear could destroy the world. At the instant that the White Robe attacked, Luoho suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! This punch caused the world here to become illusory. Rumble. An enormous explosion resounded. And then everyone here was blasted back repeatedly. The White Robe retreated by over 30 m while Luoho retreated by over 60 m. After the two of them stopped, the White Robe gazed at Zhen Wu. Stop wasting time. Let's resolve everything today. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Luoho, and his spear swept through everything before him. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned around and fled. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, Star Monarch Bai Di's expression changed drastically. Shit. He's going to act recklessly. Quickly stop him. Because Yi Xian was fleeing towards the Divine Palace. Chapter 1381. Now that all the experts of the Abyss of Two Worlds were here, who in the Divine Palace could stop Yi Xian? Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. Zhen Wu was about to stop Yi Xian when Qi Yaoyao suddenly stood in front of him. Qi Yaoyao smiled. Zhen Wu, let's fight? Zhen Wu was about to speak when Qi Yaoyao charged over. It didn't take long for a battle to break out. Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy was burning with anxiety. Damn it. Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was familiar with Yi Xian's style. Once Yi Xian went to the Divine Palace, nothing would be left of the Divine Palace. Most importantly, all the top experts were here, and no one was a match for Yi Xian. He wanted both sides to stop, but the initiative was no longer in the hands of the doubting. Whether they fought or made peace depended on the Dao Tomb. For a time, Bai Dizzy's expression was unsightly to the extreme. The Divine Palace. During the battle with the doubting, the first place Yi Xian thought of was the Divine Palace. There definitely weren't many experts in the Divine Palace right now. When Yi Xian arrived at the Divine Palace, a few dozen powerful auras locked onto Yi Xian. All of them were at the Dao verification realm. There wasn't a single Dao control realm expert. Yi Xian walked towards the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Fusu. Fusu's heart sank when he saw Yi Xian. Something's wrong. Almost all the experts of the doubting had gone to kill Yi Xian, but now, Yi Xian had appeared in the Divine Palace. Obviously, the Dao Tomb had interfered. Yi Xian ignored Fusu and walked towards the Divine Palace. He knew that there was a top-grade mine under the Divine Palace, and the largest spirit vein in doubting. At this time, Fusu suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian. He was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind. Everyone from the Shen Palace retreat. The voice of Bai Dizzy. Right now, there was no one in the God Palace who could stop Yi Xian. Attacking Yi Xian would only be a meaningless sacrifice. Fusu glanced at Yi Xian. He did not refuse Bai Dizzy's order and retreated to the side. Yi Xian did not choose to kill anyone. What he was thinking about now was that supreme-grade spiritual vein. With no one stopping him, Yi Xian rushed directly to the underground of the Divine Palace. He saw the supreme-grade mineral vein. There were more than 50,000 fortune divine crystals in this top-grade or vein. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian put away the more than 50,000 divine crystals of fortune. But this was not the end. Yi Xian looked around. In the next moment his palm opened. A great power suddenly gathered. He was going to move the entire or vein away. For a moment, the entire Divine Palace was shaking. Outside the Divine Palace, Fusu and the others changed expression when they saw that Yi Xian was going to move the or vein away. At this time Bai Dizzy, who was hundreds of thousands of li away, also received the news. When he heard the news, Bai Dizzy could not help but curse. Yi Xian, are you a bandit? Ah, you're either robbing or stealing. Are you a person? Anger this old man to death. And after Yi Xian snatched that top-grade mineral vein, he did not choose to let it go. It had to be said that more than 30 supreme-grade mineral veins had collapsed. In a short while Yi Xian had stolen another or vein. At this moment, Bai Dizzy could not sit still. Bai Dizzy looked at White Robe and the others who were still fighting and shouted, "Stop! Stop!" As soon as these words were spoken, all the experts in the surroundings stopped moving. Everyone looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said gravely, "White Robe, can you kill Luo Ho and the others today?" Kill Luo Ho and the others? White Robe shook his head. While they had the upper hand, it was still not enough to completely kill Luo Ho and the others. If Luo Ho and the others were so easy to kill, doubting would not have waited until now. Bai Dizzy looked at White Robe. If you continue to fight, then Yi Xian will steal all the or veins. White Robe frowned. He had not expected that Yi Xian would run over to steal or veins instead of fighting. This person never played his cards according to common sense. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Let's go." With that he turned around and left. At this moment, Qin Yaoyao stood in front of him. Bai Dizzy looked at Qin Yaoyao. "Do you want to perish together now?" The corners of Qin Yaoyao's mouth curled up. "Why not?" Bai Dizzy turned to look at Luo Ho. "If we fight to the death now, no one in your Dao Tomb can suppress White Robe. We will all die, but White Robe will not. Once Luo Ho and the others are gone, I guarantee you that White Robe will flatten everyone in your Dao Tomb. So if we fight now, we will perish together. Luo Ho, do you want to perish together?" The Dao Tomb and Doubting had fought for so many years, but they had never truly fought to the death. Because both sides were about the same in strength, fighting to the death would mean perishing together. Obviously, They did not want to perish together. They were all developing. They hoped that a super genius would appear on their side. A super genius that could change the outcome of the battle. White Robe was also very strong, but not enough. But now one had appeared. Unfortunately, this person was not from the Dao court, nor was he from the burial mound of Dao. However, Yi Xian was now on the side of the burial mound of Dao. So, Doubting was in a very bad situation. After a moment of silence, Luoho looked at Qin Yaoyao and shook his head. Obviously, he did not want to perish together with Doubting. If Yi Xian was a genius from the Dao Tomb, then the Dao Tomb would do everything in their power to protect Yi Xian's growth. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not. They could only cooperate with Yi Xian. Bai Dizzy and the others turned and left. After Bai Dizzy and the others left, Qin Yaoyao said softly, "They will not give up." Luoho looked at Qin Yaoyao. "Do you believe Yi Xian's words?" Qin Yaoyao smiled. "Whirling world." Luoho nodded. Qin Yaoyao was the smartest person among the 4 great kings, or rather, the smartest person in the Dao Tomb. That was why she could lead the experts of the Dao Tomb to fight against White Robe. If it was someone else, the Heaven Realm Abyss would have been doubting long ago. After a moment of silence, Qin Yaoyao said, "I believe him." Luoho looked at Qin Yaoyao and said nothing. Qin Yaoyao smiled. "Luoho, we can't find out the origin of that sword and the person behind it, nor can we explain it. But now there are 3 places that we can't step into. The first is the Milky Way realm, the second is the Whirling World, and the third is the legendary ancient god Abyss." Saying this, she looked into the distance. He can't be from the ancient god Abyss, so there is only one explanation. He is either from the Whirling World or the Milky Way realm, and he has the Qianquan gourd. Do you understand what I mean? Luoho nodded. He turned to the people behind him. "From now on, these Dao breakers will listen to your orders." Saying this, he turned and left. Qin Yaoyao suddenly said, "Not enough." Luoho stopped. After a moment of silence, he said, "I will arrange it." Saying this, he disappeared into the distance with Bitter King. Qin Yaoyao slowly closed her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled. "You really know how to fool people." Saying this, she turned and left. When Doubting chose to retreat, Yi Xian also immediately retreated. After returning to the Heavenly King City, Yi Xian's face was full of smiles. He had obtained a total of 4 top-quality mineral veins. 4. One of them was a top-grade mine, and it was the largest mine in the Dao court. 4 top-quality mineral veins were enough to completely change the fate of the 5th dimension. At this time, Qin Yaoyao walked into the hall. Yi Xian looked at Qin Yaoyao. She smiled. "Congratulations on obtaining 4 top-quality spiritual veins." Yi Xian was silent. He knew that this woman in front of him was not easy to fool. Qin Yaoyao sat to the side and said, "I now represent the Dao Tomb to discuss our cooperation." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Yaoyao, please speak." Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. 20 top-quality mineral veins. Within 2 years, you have to give the Dao Tomb 20 top-quality spiritual veins. Yi Xian was silent. 2 years. Qin Yaoyao continued. "In addition, if you collect the Dao scripture in the future, you have to share it with us." Yi Xian still did not speak. Qin Yaoyao raised her teacup and took a sip. "Also, we want to meet someone." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. "It would be best if it is a woman in a plain dress." Yi Xian shook his head. Qin Yaoyao said, "Your sister has a powerful soul within her. This powerful soul forced the Dao ancestor back with one punch. We can meet her." Yi Xian thought for a moment. "I will think of a way." Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. "Not think of a way, but we must meet her. If we don't see the person behind you, we won't believe that you're some bullshit young sect master of the Whirling sect." Yi Xian looked at Qin Yaoyao. "Miss Yaoyao, do you believe me?" Qin Yaoyao smiled. "It doesn't matter if I believe you or not, because I'm not the boss of the Dao Tomb. Understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Qin Yaoyao put down her teacup and said, "We know that you have someone behind you. However, we've never come into contact with you, so we don't believe you. It's very simple to dispel our doubts." We just have to meet the person behind you with our own eyes. Any one of them will do. Of course, they have to be strong. Yi Xian nodded. I will. Qing Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. We will protect you during these 2 years. Even if the Dao ancestor appears, we will. However, you have to bring us benefits during this period. Yi Xian fell silent. Qing Yaoyao stood up and walked over to the entrance of the hall. She looked up into the sky. During this period, you can use the resources of the Dao tomb. However, you can't attain the Dao control realm, because if you dare to charge into the Dao control realm, then the doubting realm will definitely fight you to the death, and they'll do it even if they have to take us down with them. You're at the Dao verification realm, and you're at the Dao control realm. So in order to prevent the situation you're in and the Dao tomb from becoming even more difficult, don't charge into the Dao control realm for now. Yi Xian remained silent. Qi Yaoyao continued. If you're able to gather all 8 scriptures in the future, then the Dao tomb will offer the last one to you. Of course, the precondition is that you're really the young sect master of the whirling world. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Yi Xian. I'm done. It's your turn now. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I want to take a look at the Dao scripture in the Dao tomb. Qing Yaoyao shook her head. No. We'll give it to you once you've gathered all 8 scriptures. Not now. Yi Xian hurriedly said. I'll just take a look. I won't take it away. Qi Yaoyao still shook her head. Yi Xian ran over to Qing Yaoyao and hugged her arm. He begged. Just one look. One look is enough. Looking at Yi Xian, Qing Yaoyao said. It's meaningless for you to look at it. Yi Xian said seriously. I have a brother called the 9th floor. He's at the end of his lifespan, and he'll die in a few days. His last wish is to take a look at that Dao scripture. The 9th floor. P.S. Tickets are just fleeting clouds. I've already seen through it. Have you? If you have, then vote for it. It's useless to keep it. Chapter 1382. Inside the hall, Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian with a silent smile. Yi Xian blushed with shame. This woman wasn't easy to fool. At this moment, Qian Yaoyao suddenly said, Tell me, why do you want to see that scripture? Yi Xian said solemnly, To improve. Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. That scripture won't be of much use to you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Qian Yaoyao smiled. Because it's too profound, you won't understand it now. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Qian Yaoyao continued. The later scriptures are more profound than the previous ones. As far as I know, the 5th scripture in your hand is enough for one to reach the Dao manipulation realm. But after that is Dao attainment. Do you know how many Dao attainment experts there are in this world? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Qi Yaoyao said. There are only 2 people in the Dao tomb and 2 people in the doubting realm. What you see now, be it White Robe or Zhen Wu, are only at the Dao manipulation realm. Luo Ho and I are the same. Yi Xian said solemnly. Miss Yaoyao, there are strong and weak in the Dao manipulation realm, right? Qian Yaoyao nodded. Of course. The Dao manipulation realm is divided into 3 levels, the initial realm, the ascendant realm, and the defense realm. Luo Ho, White Robe, and I are all at the defense realm, the true Dao manipulation realm. There are also strong and weak in the defense realm, but it depends on one's combat ability. Yi Xian said solemnly. Dao ancestors are Dao attainment? Qian Yaoyao nodded. Yes. So is the Lord of the Dao tomb. Yi Xian was silent. Qian Yaoyao continued. The scripture in the Dao tomb can help one achieve Dao attainment. But do you really think you can achieve Dao attainment just by looking at a scripture? If it was really that simple, then the Dao tomb and the doubting world would already be filled with Daoists. If you want to achieve the Dao, you must first reach the peak of the Dao defense realm, which is the defense realm. Moreover, this is only the foundation. If you want to go further, it will depend on your own state of mind and understanding of the Dao. Yi Xian said solemnly. Can you elaborate? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said. The 3,000 great Daos all have their own Dao. If you want to achieve Dao, you need something of your own. For example, the reincarnation great Dao that you obtained. If you want to achieve Dao, you have to create something similar. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Qian Yaoyao said softly. Achieving the Tao is easier said than done. Since ancient times, there have been very few who have attained the Tao. Yi Xian suddenly said. I still want to see. He didn't want to use the Tao scripture to achieve Tao, but he wanted to learn the Tao scripture martial arts in the Tao scripture. His Tao sword could be said to be a threat to an expert of Qian Yaoyao's level. And he had heard from Destiny, knowing that the Tao scripture martial arts in the later stages were more powerful. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Qian Yaoyao was silent for a moment, then said, You really want to see it? Yi Xian nodded. Can you help me? Qian Yaoyao's status in the Tao tomb was not low. He knew that if this woman was willing to help, then there was a chance. Qi Yaoyao suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, she and Yi Xian disappeared from the main hall. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Luo Ho. Luo Ho looked at the two of them. What's the matter? Qian Yaoyao smiled. He wants to see our Tao scripture. Luo Ho immediately shook his head. At this time, Yi Xian took out a storage ring and handed it to Luo Ho. Luo Ho glanced at the ring and saw 2 supreme-grade spirit veins inside. Luo Ho was silent. He was a little tempted, but he was hesitant. Qi Yaoyao suddenly smiled. What? Are you afraid that he'll attain the Tao? Luo Ho immediately put the storage ring away and said, We can only look. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Luo Ho opened his palm, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The Tao scripture. Yi Xian took the scroll and opened it. 2 words entered his eyes. Attain the Tao. The 6th scroll. Attain the Tao. Yi Xian opened the Tao scripture and looked at the first line. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things but does not compete. Luo Ho and Qian Yaoyao were both looking at Yi Xian. Luo Ho was very curious about why Yi Xian wanted to look at the Tao scripture. Could it be that he wanted to attain the Tao? That was absolutely impossible. If Yi Xian attained the Tao just by looking at the Tao scripture, then that would be too abnormal. If it wasn't for the sake of attaining the Tao, then what was it for? He was very curious because Yi Xian had spent 2 supreme-grade spirit veins for it. Actually, Qian Yaoyao was very curious as well. Spending 2 supreme-grade spirit veins just to take a look at the Tao scripture was definitely worth it for others, but it was definitely not worth it for Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's accomplishments weren't really related to the Tao scripture. Moreover, there wasn't much meaning for Yi Xian to look at the Tao scripture right now. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly put the Tao scripture away and returned it to Luo Ho. Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian. Did you gain anything? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, I don't understand it at all. I regret my decision. Just return the spirit veins to me. Luo Ho's expression froze. Is that even something a human can say? Qi Yaoyao shook her head repeatedly as well. He's truly shameless. Luo Ho put the Tao scripture away and left. He had nothing to say to a shameless person. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He looked at Qian Yaoyao. I really regret it. Qi Yaoyao gave Yi Xian a deep look. No matter what you got, congratulations. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent where he was. This woman was extraordinarily shrewd. Yi Xian turned and left. As he turned, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Divine Palace. At this moment, Bai Dizzy, True Martial Divine Lord, and White Robe were all present. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and somewhat depressing. This time, not only did they fail to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian also stole 4 supreme-grade spirit veins. For supreme-grade spirit veins. Although it wasn't a serious loss, it wasn't a small one. Moreover, Yi Xian stole the biggest one. At this moment, True Martial suddenly said, Is he really from the Whirling World? Whirling World. Hearing this, White Robe frowned slightly. He looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, It's possible. True Martial said, How so? Bai Dizzy said softly, We can't find out the force behind him, including the woman in plain dress and the origin of his bloodline. If he really is from the Whirling World, then everything makes sense. But, at this point, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He is definitely not from the Whirling World. True Martial asked, Why do you think so? Bai Dizzy said, If he really is from the Whirling World and it is as strong as he said, then the fifth dimension Tendo wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, he could have asked the whirling world to help him restore the fifth dimension. Not only that, he could have asked the whirling world's powerhouses to destroy me and doubting, but he didn't do so? Because of what? Because of training? Nonsense. He said he was the young sect master of the whirling sect. Obviously, he wanted to trick Luoho and make Luoho stand on his side. Obviously, he succeeded in duping them. At this time, True Marshal suddenly said, "If he is not from the whirling world, then where is he from?" Bai Dizzy shook his head. "I can't find anything." As for the origin of Yi Xian's bloodline, he still couldn't find anything. Who is this Yi Xian's bloodline? At this time, White Robe suddenly said, "The two of you are always overcautious and never dare to be decisive. Let me tell you, if this person reaches the Imperial Dao, he will become extremely difficult to kill. At that time, the price I will have to pay for doubting will be at least 10 times greater than now." After saying this, he got up and left. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Yi Xian returned to the fifth dimension. After returning to the fifth dimension, he immediately took out the 2 top-grade mineral veins. With these 2 top-grade mineral veins, there would be more and more Dao validation powerhouses in the fifth dimension. In addition, he also distributed the Fortune Divine crystals he obtained from the Divine Palace to Enlancio and the others. This was because Enlancio, Arrow, and the others would be the easiest to reach Dao validation. Once they reached Dao validation, with their battle strength, they could even kill Imperial Dao powerhouses. Currently, there were more and more self-release powerhouses in the fifth dimension, but Dao validation powerhouses were still too few. However, with the Fortune Divine crystals and top-grade mineral veins, Yi Xian believed that in the near future, there would be more and more powerhouses in the fifth dimension. What was worth mentioning was that there were many spirits in the fifth dimension. These spirits were all brought over by Yi Xian and Guanyin from various worlds. If the fifth dimension wanted to completely recover, it needed these spirits. The existence of these spirits would make the spiritual qi in the fifth dimension more and more. In order to invite these spirits to the fifth dimension, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. Not only did he let Xiao Linger personally swindle them, as long as these spirits came to the fifth dimension, he would give them purple qi. Although his purple qi was not as pure as the little white guy's, it was still a great help to these spirits. In addition, after these spirits came to the fifth dimension, their status was also very high. In the entire fifth dimension, no one dared to harm these spirits. It could be said that these spirits could do whatever they wanted in the fifth dimension. Fortunately, these spirits were naturally kind and would not act recklessly. In short, with the purple qi and Xiao Linger swindle, there would be spirits coming to the fifth dimension almost every day. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slowly closed. Dao Scripture Martial Arts. The Dao Scripture in the Dao Tomb also contained a Dao Scripture Martial Arts, and he and Yi Jiming had already obtained that Dao Scripture Martial Arts. Dao Scripture Body Refinement. The Dao Scripture Martial Arts in the Dao Scripture in the Dao Tomb was a body refinement technique. To Yi Xian, this was really timely help. This was because what he wanted to improve the most was his physical body. His current physical body could fight against the Dao Proving Realm, but it would be a little difficult to fight against the Dao Defending Realm. He did not dare to take the damage of the Dao Defending Realm head-on. To put it simply, his current physical body was already somewhat insufficient. To him, this Taoist cannon was like coal in a snowy day. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked, "Jiming, how strong is this Dao Scripture body refinement?" He could not understand the Dao Scripture, but Yi Jiming could. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiming said, "If you successfully cultivate it, your physical body will become a Dao body. This is a body refinement technique with no limit. You can continue to grow." Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Jiming said, "It means that once your physical body becomes a Dao body, you can continue to grow, you can reach the Dao Defending Realm, you can achieve Dao, and even beyond. This Dao body is the first body refinement technique in the Dao Scripture." As she spoke, she paused, then said, "There is no other." Peak. Chapter 1383. The Dao Physique. After that, Yi Jiming continued to explain the Tao physique to Yi Xian. What was the Tao physique? It was the grand Tao physique. The Tao scripture was the origin of all martial civilizations. It could be said that the universe could be divided into two types of martial civilizations. One was the Tao scripture martial Tao civilization, and the other wasn't. As for the Tao scripture's body tempering technique, it was number one in the 3,000 great Taos, without a doubt. Once he attained the Tao physique, then his body could attain the Tao, control the Tao, attain the Tao. At that time, his body would even be stronger than his sword Tao. Yi Xian started to cultivate the Tao physique under Yi Jiming's guidance. Heaven Abyss. Luo Ho, Bitter King, Qi Yaoyao, and Zhan Man were all present within the hall of the Tao Tomb City. Besides them, there was another person, Zhan Man. He was one of the 4 kings. 3 of the 4 kings of the Tao Tomb were already here. Luo Ho gazed at Kuan Yaoyao. Kuan King, what do you think the Tao Tomb will do next? Kuan Yaoyao fell silent for a moment before she said, They won't give up. Think about it. What would we do if we were in their shoes? It's very simple. We would stop at nothing to eliminate Yi Xian. So I think they'll act as soon as the Tao ancestor emerges from his closed-door cultivation. The Tao ancestor. Everyone's expressions became slightly solemn when they heard this. After all, he was one of the supreme experts in the world. In the entire Tao Tomb, only the Overlord could contend against this person. However, the Overlord was still in closed-door cultivation. It could be said that the Tao Tomb would be in an even more difficult situation once the Tao ancestor emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, Bitter King suddenly said, What about the person standing behind Yi Xian? All of them gazed at Bitter King, and he spoke solemnly. There's someone standing behind Yi Xian, but they've only acted at the critical moment. Don't all of you think that this is a little unusual? Luo Ho said, Just be frank. Bitter King spoke softly. Have all of you noticed that the person behind him seems to be training Yi Xian? Training Yi Xian? Luo Ho was silent. Bitter King continued. This person is definitely not simple. His life is like cheating. This kind of person's background is definitely not simple, especially his bloodline. Even the goddess-devouring bloodline is far inferior to the power of his bloodline. Neither the doubting world nor the Tao Tomb can find the origin of his bloodline. This means that even if the force behind him is not as powerful as the Saha world, it is definitely not simple. As he spoke, he looked towards Huan Yaoyao. Yao Monarch, what do you think? Qing Yaoyao smiled and said, Aku, you're right. It doesn't matter if the person behind him is the Whirling World's whirling sect or not. What's important is that the force behind him is powerful. That's enough. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. Everyone, can we reconcile with the doubting? Everyone fell silent. Could the land of the Tao Tomb and the doubting be reconciled? Obviously not. Qi Yaoyao continued. There's no way we can reconcile with the doubting. Even if we want to develop peacefully, the doubting won't allow it. Bai Dizzy and his people have always wanted to restore the order of the past, and we are the biggest obstacle in their way. If this continues, the land of the Tao Tomb will not be able to defeat them. Therefore, in my opinion, the land of the Tao Tomb and the doubting will have to fight sooner or later. Since there will be a fight sooner or later, why don't we ally with Yi Xian? Aku said solemnly. If we join forces with Yi Xian to destroy the doubting, then Yi Xian. Huan Yaoyao looked towards Aku. Are you trying to say that Yi Xian will replace the doubting as our greatest enemy? Aku nodded. Huan Yaoyao smiled and said, Why would you think that? Aku, do you know? If Yi Xian is willing to let go of his hatred and surrender to the doubting will definitely accept him. Aku was silent. Qi Yaoyao said again, Who is our greatest threat now? It's the doubting, not Yi Xian. There is no conflict of interest between us and Yi Xian, nor is there any enmity. So why should we choose to be enemies with him? We can ally with him and destroy the doubting together. Also, have any of you thought about how strong the force behind Yi Xian is? Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about this fifth dimension Tendo. She hasn't revealed her strength, but have any of you thought that there could be such a powerful person in this world? Everyone was silent. Munyanyan. This woman's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. She destroyed a Dao ancestor's body with only 30% of her strength. How terrifying was her strength? Huan Yaoyao continued. Also, the power of Yi Xian's bloodline must be beyond everyone's expectations. Why don't you all think about the source of this bloodline power? And those two swords on him, just how powerful are the masters of those two swords? Everyone was silent. Huan Yaoyao smiled. So it doesn't matter if he's the young sect master of the whirling sect. What's important is that the force behind him is strong enough. Just as Aku said, although this force doesn't show itself often, haven't you all noticed? Whenever Yi Xian is in danger of death, there will always be someone to help him. Luoho looked at Huan Yaoyao. Is the force behind him really training him? Huan Yaoyao chuckled. Who knows? Maybe they're letting him go. Or maybe they can't care about him for now. In any case, it's fine as long as there's someone behind him. Also, don't forget about Yi Xian himself. If he reaches the Dao controlling realm, none of us here will be able to kill him. Beside her, Zhang Man frowned. Is it that exaggerated? Yes. It wasn't Zhang Man who spoke, but Luoho. Zhang Man gazed at Luoho, and Luoho spoke softly. Once he attains the Dao controlling realm, then it won't be impossible for any one of us here to kill him, but it will be extremely difficult. His sword Dao and bloodline power can't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Qi Yaoyao continued. Actually, the more monstrous he is, the better it is for us. As for whether he'll become a threat to us in the future, do you think he's more reliable or doubting? All of them fell silent. Compared to doubting, they were more willing to choose Yi Xian. Besides being shameless, Yi Xian's character wasn't bad at all. At the very least, they'd never heard of Yi Xian doing anything immoral, or going back on his word. Huan Yaoyao stood up. Let's discuss how we should deal with the Dao ancestor who's about to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Dao ancestor. The expressions of everyone here gradually became solemn. In the fifth dimension, Yi Xian had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, cultivating the Dao physique. The Dao scripture contained the detailed cultivation method of the Dao physique. Coupled with Yi Jiming's explanation, Yi Xian's cultivation went smoothly. It could be said that the more Yi Xian cultivated, the more excited he became, because he discovered the strength of this Dao physique. Dao physique. The Dao scripture body tempering technique was truly terrifying. It was at least several times more terrifying than the Dao fist technique. Now he was even more looking forward to the Dao scripture martial arts. In a certain courtyard, a petite girl sat cross-legged on the ground. Around her, a powerful sword intent was emanating. This person was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi had been in closed-door cultivation all this time. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes. In the next moment, the sound of a sword suddenly soared into the sky from the courtyard. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly shook around Xiaoqi. In an instant, the courtyard she was in turned into dust. Breakthrough. Dao validation. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly appeared in the field. Looking at Xiaoqi in the distance, Guanyin's eyes were filled with excitement. Xiaoqi had broken through. Xiaoqi and Lanxiu and the others were the focus of cultivation. It could be said that the fortune crystals that Yi Xian brought back were given to the few with the best talent. There was no other way. The current fifth dimension did not have the ability to cultivate everyone to Dao validation. They could only choose a few especially outstanding people. Xiaoqi opened her palm, and a sword appeared in her hand. She looked up at the horizon, and there was a trace of a strange color in her eyes. Guanyin walked in front of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Xiaoqi slowly closed her eyes. After a long silence, she chuckled. I am still me. Guanyin was puzzled by what he heard. Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Guanyin. Where is he? Guanyin asked. Yi Xian? Xiaoqi nodded. Guanyin said. He has been in closed-door cultivation ever since he came back. Xiaoqi nodded slightly. I need to go somewhere. If he is in trouble, contact me. After saying that, she turned around and left with her sword. Guanyin hurriedly asked. Where are you going? Xiaoqi stopped and said softly. Third dimension. After saying that, She turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Third dimension? Guanyin furrowed his brows. A moment later, Guanyin turned around and left. No matter what, for the fifth dimension, Xiaoqi's breakthrough was a good thing. Xiaoqi had already broken through. So Lanxiu and the others were definitely not far away. These people were not any less talented than Xiaoqi. Of course, Xiaoqi was a little special. Guanyin arrived in front of Yixian's room. After Yixian returned, he had been in closed-door cultivation for several days. During these days, Yixian did not contact the outside world. Therefore, she did not know what Yixian was doing. As if thinking of something, Guanyin sighed. It could be said that if there was no Yixian, there would be no fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension was not any worse than other places. The experts of the fifth dimension were not willing to leave. Not only that, some experts from the Tao world and the sixth dimension had taken the initiative to come to the fifth dimension. Here, there were Tao scriptures and cultivation resources. Who was not willing to come? Moreover, the current fifth dimension was very united, unprecedentedly united. She knew that all of this was because of Yixian. If something happened to Yixian, then the entire fifth dimension would instantly change. The human heart was something that could not be understood. She and Yixian could no longer change the thoughts of this generation. However, they could change the next generation and let them truly love this universe. This was Yixian's true goal. He wanted everyone to recognize the fifth dimension and treat it as their home. After a moment, Guanyin turned around and left. Somewhere in the starry sky, Mu Niannian was quietly lying in the starry sky. The surroundings were silent. Around him, more and more strange energy gathered towards Mu Niannian's body. P.S. More and more monthly votes are gathering towards Green Phoenix Apex. Chapter 1384. Half a month later, Yixian finally walked out of the room. Outside the room, Yixian looked up at the sky. He closed his eyes and spread his arms. His body became illusory. At this moment, his body seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Tao body. After half a month, under Yi Jiming's guidance, he finally succeeded in cultivating this Tao body. The reason why it was so fast was that his physical body had a strong foundation. Before his physical body reached Tao body, his physical body was already top-notch. Now that his physical body had become a Taoist body, even the gourd deity could not melt him. It could be said that among the Tao defense realm, only White Robe and Zhenwu could pose a threat to his physical body. However, if they wanted to kill him, it would not be as easy as before. Now he could completely rely on his invincible physical body to fight against Zhenwu and White Robe. In short, he was more tanned and harder to die. In addition, this Tao scripture could also be improved. His physical body could reach Tao defense realm, Tao attainment realm. Within the scope of Tao scripture martial arts, there was no upper limit for Tao scripture body tempering. This was a Tao scripture body tempering that could continue to grow. At this moment, Guanyin appeared beside Yixian. She looked at Yixian and asked, "You broke through?" Yixian nodded. Guanyin smiled sweetly. "Congratulations." The improvement of Yixian's strength was beneficial to the entire fifth dimension. Yixian looked at Guanyin. "How is the fifth dimension now?" Guanyin's lips curled up. "We have more than 3,000 spirits. These spirits are now living in our fifth dimension for a long time." Yixian nodded. "You must give them preferential treatment." The help these 3,000 spirits could provide to the fifth dimension was immeasurable. Guanyin nodded. "Very preferential treatment. Also, Xiao Linger has become the boss of these spirits." Yixian blinked. "I became the boss?" Ever since the recruitment of the spirits of heaven and earth began, Yixian had given Xiao Linger full authority to entertain these spirits. This was because it was easier for Xiao Linger to gain the trust of these spirits. Normally, heaven and earth spirits would not believe in humans. Little did he expect that Xiao Linger would become the boss. Guanyin laughed and said, "Yes, she is already the boss of all the spirits. Moreover, she also created a sect called the Spirit Sect. Inside are all the spirits of heaven and earth, and she is the sect master." Yixian hurriedly said, "Come, let's go take a look at the Spirit Sect." Guanyin smiled. "All right." Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the Spirit Sect. The spirit sect was built in the depths of a large mountain. As soon as the two of them entered the mountain, Yi Xian sensed an incomparably pure spiritual energy. The spiritual qi here was too rich. It was in no way inferior to the Dao tomb. Yi Xian was a little surprised. At this time, Guanyin suddenly said, "Because there are many spirits of heaven and earth here, I placed 6 top-grade dragon veins here. In addition to the spirits of heaven and earth themselves, the spiritual qi here is at least 10 times richer than in other places." She paused for a moment, then continued, "There is no other way. When these spirits come to our 5th dimension, we have to give them the best conditions. Moreover, it is very worth it. After these spirits come, they will help us restore the imbalance of the spiritual qi in certain places." Yi Xian laughed. "These spirits of heaven and earth are generally very kind. If we treat them sincerely, they will also follow us sincerely." Guanyin nodded. She had come into contact with these spirits of heaven and earth before. They were indeed kind and easy to get along with. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the spirit sect. It had to be said that the spirit sect was built quite well. There were more than 10 halls, and they were all very large. At first glance, it looked very imposing. At this time, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Guanyin. In the white light, there was a pair of eyes. When she saw Yi Xian, her eyes immediately became alert. Vigilance immediately appeared in her eyes, but when she saw Guanyin, the vigilance in her eyes turned into joy. The ball of white light floated in front of Guanyin and said in a crisp voice, "Sister Guanyin." Guanyin smiled slightly. "It's Xiaoxing." The white light hurriedly nodded. "It's me." Guanyin laughed. "Where is your sect master?" Xiaoxing turned her head to take a look, then said, "Sect master is in a meeting." Meeting? Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. "This Xiaoling is in a meeting?" Guanyin blinked. "Can you take us to have a look?" Xiaoxing nodded. "Yes." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Guanyin laughed. "He is your sect master's elder brother." "Elder brother?" Xiaoxing blinked. "Elder brother?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Xiaoxing glanced at Yi Xian, her eyes full of curiosity. "Sect master said that you are very powerful. Are you really that powerful?" Yi Xian laughed and then spread out his palm. Dozens of wisps of purple gas floated toward Xiaoxing. When she saw the purple gas, Xiaoxing suddenly became excited. She looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, "Is it for me?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Xiaoxing hurriedly said, "Oh, thank you, thank you." Very excited, very excited. The purple gas was really useful to them. If the purple gas was a little purer, it would be enough to change the fate of these spirits. After a while, Xiaoxing brought Yi Xian and Guanyin to the main hall of the spirit palace. At this time, there were more than 3,000 spirits gathered on the bluestone square below the main hall. When he saw more than 3,000 spirits, Yi Xian was a little shocked. When these spirits gathered together, it was really too shocking. He had never seen so many spirits. At this moment, the spiritual energy on the bluestone square was so rich that even the 33 levels of doubting could not compare to it. In the past, these spirits were equivalent to rogue cultivators, and they lived in fear. Because of their own reasons, many humans had always wanted to obtain them. Therefore, most of the spirits of heaven and earth hid in the mountains and forests. Now Yi Xian gathered them together. Not only did he protect them, but he also gave them the best resources and status. Here, humans were very respectful when they saw them. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. Moreover, everyone's respect for them came from the bottom of their hearts, because they had indeed helped the 5th dimension a lot. They didn't do anything, they were just helping. In the distance, Xiaoling was wearing a white dress and holding a staff in her hand. She looked at the spirits below with a calm expression, very much like a big sister. Below, all the spirits were looking at Xiaoling. They were also very convinced of Xiaoling. This was because Xiaoling was the highest ranked among them. In addition, Xiaoling's status in the 5th dimension was unparalleled. Who didn't know that Yi Xian treated her like a younger sister? Most importantly, Xiao Ling had a good relationship with the little white fellow. Who was that little guy? The spirit ancestor. The spirit ancestor of heaven and earth. In the distance, Xiao Linger suddenly pressed her hand down lightly, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Very imposing. Xiao Ling glanced at the spirits here and said, "All of you have to get even more companions. Here there is food to eat, a place to live, and there are people to protect everyone. Anyone who finds a companion, I will give them 100 strands of violet energy, plus 30 fortune divine crystals." With that, she waved her right hand, and a large pile of fortune divine crystals appeared in front of her. There were more than 1,000 fortune divine crystals. She got it from Yi Xian. She'd asked for it. Yi Xian had given her 10,000 fortune divine crystals, and he hadn't asked her why she wanted them. In any case, he'd given them to her if she wanted them. However, Yi Xian hadn't expected that Xiao Linger would use them for this. The eyes of many spirits here instantly lit up when they saw the fortune divine crystals. Fortune divine crystals. They were very useful to them as well, because they contained extremely pure energy within them, and it would be extremely beneficial to them if they absorbed it. Little Ling continued. Call a little friend over 30 creation divine crystals. If you call 2 over 70. If you call 3 over 150. If you call more than 5 over, directly give 300 creation divine crystals, and 300 wisps of purple aura. As for the companions all of you call over, they will get fortune divine crystals and violet energy as well. All the spirits below instantly became excited when they heard this. 300 fortune divine crystals, and 300 strands of violet energy. This was a good thing. Many of them were dumbfounded. They were actually very poor when they were independent cultivators, so they'd never even seen fortune divine crystals and violet energy before this. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger distributed the fortune divine crystals and violet energy to some of the spirits. All of them were from the companions she'd called over earlier. Some of the spirits here were extremely envious when they saw those spirits obtain the fortune divine crystals and violet energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger continued, "Everyone has a chance. So long as you call your companions over, you'll have it. Now go call them over. Don't worry, I'll send people to protect all of you." It didn't take long for the spirits here to shoot into the sky. They were going to look for companions. Even if humans did find companions, those spirits would be extremely vigilant because they didn't trust humans at all. However, it wouldn't be a problem if the spirits went to look for other spirits. The relationship between spirits wasn't as complicated as it was for humans. So making the spirits look for other spirits could attract even more spirits over. After the spirits dispersed, Guanyin, who stood by Yi Xian's side, shook his head and smiled. "What a formidable little fellow." Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "He really is formidable." As he spoke, he glanced at the direction that the spirits had left in the sky. Guanyin said, "Don't worry, someone will protect them from the shadows." Yi Xian nodded. "Take good care of them. Since they trust us, then we have to live up to their trust." Guanyin nodded. "Of course." Meanwhile, Xiao Linger ran over to Yi Xian and Guanyin, and Xiao Linger grinned. "Big sister Guanyin, big brother." Yi Xian lightly rubbed Xiao Linger's little head and smiled. "Was it fun?" Xiao Linger hurriedly said. "I wasn't playing. I was doing serious business." Yi Xian laughed. "Right. Let's do serious business." Xiao Linger blinked. "Big brother, I still want the fortune divine crystals. You know, the development of our spirit sect requires a lot of money." Yi Xian. At the side, Guanyin shook her head and smiled. Yi Xian took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiao Linger. "For you." Xiao Linger giggled and hurriedly took the storage ring. Yi Xian said seriously, "There are many places in the 5th dimension that require the help of these spirits. When the time comes, you have to cooperate with big sister Guanyin, understand?" He knew that these spirits were very obedient to Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger hurriedly nodded. "Of course." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, the space in front of him trembled slightly. Yi Xian frowned. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "What is it?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. "I want to return to the dual realm abyss." After saying this, he directly turned around and disappeared. At the scene, Guan Yin frowned deeply. Something happened? Chapter 1385. Two Realms Abyss, Heavenly King Hall. Qi Yaoyao was already waiting for Yi Xian the moment he entered the hall. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Did something happen?" She nodded. "It's not a bad thing, but it's not good either." Yi Xian looked at her. "What do you mean?" Qin Yaoyao said in a low voice. "A black vortex has appeared in the two worlds abyss. We can sense an extremely pure spiritual aura within it. Our initial estimate is that there are at least 10 supreme-grade spirit veins inside, and there might even be the legendary supreme-grade spirit veins." Yi Xian frowned. "Black vortex? How did it appear?" She shook her head. "We explored it. Do you know how deep this heaven realm abyss is?" Yi Xian shook his head. She said, "The interior of this heaven realm abyss is bottomless. Even now, we can't explore it completely." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Even the Dao Tomb and doubting can't do it?" She smiled. "Do you know the origin of heaven realm abyss?" Yi Xian shook his head. He actually didn't know much about heaven realm abyss. She said softly, "Actually, we don't know either." Yi Xian was stunned. "You don't know either?" Qian Yaoyao nodded. "This place has existed longer than us and the Dao court. We've been exploring this heaven realm abyss all these years, but we still haven't fully explored it." Yi Xian frowned. "So mysterious?" She smiled. "It's not just mysterious. There's a flow of air in the depths of this heaven realm abyss. It's extremely strange, and even Dao controlling experts can't resist it. The deeper we go, the stronger the flow. In the past 10 years, we in Doubting have explored heaven realm abyss, and more than 60 Dao controlling experts have died." Yi Xian said softly. "In other words, none of you have been to the bottom of this heaven realm abyss?" She nodded. "According to my guess, the heaven realm abyss we've explored may not even be a third of it." 1/3. Yi Xian was visibly moved. If less than a third of it had been excavated, then this heaven realm abyss would be extraordinarily terrifying. How many spirit veins were there in the depths of the heaven realm abyss? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Meanwhile, Qin Yaoyao suddenly said, "Don't think too much about it. The deepest place we can probe is the dark realm. We can't even enter the dark realm right now." This time, the black vortex appeared at the edge of the dark realm. "This time, I asked you to come here because I want you to make a trip there. Is there any problem?" Yi Xian blinked. "Me." Qin Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "You and Rahu are stronger. Why don't you go?" Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, "If we go, who is going to block the doubting for you? Do you think the doubting will just stand and watch when such a black vortex suddenly appears? They would definitely intervene. As for us, we have to stop White Robe and the others. No matter how I think about it, you're the most suitable." Yi Xian grinned. "Are there any benefits?" Qian Yaoyao walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid you won't be able to reap any benefits if you go there?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Actually, I'm just asking. I'm an ally of the Dao Tomb. I, Yi Xian, am duty-bound to do things for my allies." The corners of Qian Yaoyao's mouth curled up. "I like your shamelessness." "Yi Xian." Qian Yaoyao returned to her seat. She picked up her teacup and took a small sip. After a short while she said, "This is a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter for my Dao Tomb. And a fortuitous encounter for you, Yi Xian. But I have to tell you this. The doubting will definitely intervene. It's just that I don't know how they will intervene. All we can do is block White Robe and the others for you. You will have to face the remaining danger yourself. Is there a problem?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No problem." Qian Yaoyao nodded. "Then go." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "Miss Yaoyao, is the dark world dangerous?" Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. "It's very dangerous for others, but I don't think it's that dangerous for you." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The corners of Qian Yaoyao's mouth curled up. "Haven't you heard of this saying? A shameless person is invincible. I think you're invincible. What's a mere dark world to you?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Was that even human?" Qi Yaoyao suddenly said seriously, "Be careful of the doubting. Be careful of that black vortex as well. The sudden appearance of that black vortex isn't normal. You have to be careful. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Miss Yao Yao, have you gone in? Qian Yao Yao nodded. I have. However, I was only able to reach the edge of the black vortex. I can't take it any further. Yi Xian was puzzled. Then what makes all of you think that I can take it? Qian Yao Yao gazed at Yi Xian. Do you know what it is that I can't take it? Yi Xian was quite curious. What is it? Qian Yao Yao said softly. Sword energy. Peerlessly powerful sword energy. Sword energy. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, There's sword energy? Qian Yao Yao nodded. Extremely powerful sword energy. The reason we're letting you go is naturally not because we want you to give your life away. Since you can absorb sword energy, perhaps you can enter that vortex and investigate it. Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. If it wasn't for this reason, the Dao Tomb probably wouldn't have told him about the black vortex at all. There are at least a dozen top-grade spirit veins in there. There are even transcendent-grade spirit veins. The Dao Tomb has come to find me because it has no other choice. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll go. Qian Yao Yao nodded lightly. Be careful. Yi Xian stood up and left. Meanwhile, Qian Yao Yao suddenly said, Have you broken through? Yi Xian turned around to look at Qian Yao Yao with a puzzled expression. No. Qian Yao Yao gazed at Yi Xian. You haven't. Yi Xian nodded. I'm still at the Dao corroboration realm. Qian Yao Yao smiled. I thought you'd broken through. Yi Xian smiled. Why does Miss Yao Yao say that? Qian Yao Yao took a sip of tea and said, Do you know why a person's feet are whiter than their hands? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Qian Yao Yao smiled. Because your feet are always hidden. But if you're wearing sandals, then how would you hide them? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said softly, Thank you. With that, he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that Qian Yao Yao had discovered his physical breakthrough. This time, he had been careless. Although he had concealed his physical presence, he hadn't used the prism pagoda to conceal it. It was obvious that his current strength wasn't enough to hide from experts of Qian Yao Yao's level. He had to use the prism pagoda. Outside the hall, Yi Xian lightly patted his face and said softly, I have to be more careful. With that, he turned into a streak of sword light and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, Qian Yao Yao swirled the teacup in her hand and said softly, Physical body, is it that scroll? Is it because of the Dao scripture? With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Divine Palace. By Dizzy White Robe and the true martial Divine Lord were all here. They already knew about the black vortex in the dark world. At this moment, White Robe suddenly said, My people have found out that the black vortex isn't a plot of the Dao Tomb. However, the vortex contains extremely powerful sword qi. Luo Ho and Qian Yao Yao don't dare to enter it. By Dizzy suddenly said, Yi Xian will go. White Robe looked at Yi Xian. Why? By Dizzy said softly. Because that shameless guy can absorb sword qi. With that, he frowned slightly. What a coincidence. This black vortex seems to have appeared for Yi Xian. The true martial Divine Lord suddenly said, White Robe, you've been to the dark world. What's inside? White Robe was silent for a moment, then said, Turbid qi, a lot of it. It can corrode a person's lifespan and physical body. True Martial frowned slightly. Can't resist it? White Robe shook his head. Difficult to resist. The deeper you go, the more turbid qi there is. If you come into contact with too much of it, you will enter the Angel Decay Stage 5 early. True Martial was silent. The Angel Decay Stage 5. Once you entered this state, you were not far from death. By Dizzy suddenly said, Can Yi Xian resist the turbid qi? White Robe shook his head. In terms of strength, he can't. Far from it. But this person is quite mysterious. I'm not sure if he has any other way to resist the turbid qi. By Dizzy was silent. In his heart, this Yi Xian was omnipotent. At this moment, the true martial Divine Lord suddenly said, This might be our chance. A chance to kill Yi Xian. because after he enters the dark world, the experts of the Dao Tomb won't be able to enter. If we kill him in there, the Dao Tomb won't be able to intervene. White Robe shook his head. We can't enter the Dao Tomb either. The true martial divine lord suddenly said softly. Taoist robe. Taoist robe. Bai Dizzy frowned. Can it resist the turbid qi? With that he looked at White Robe. After a moment of silence, White Robe said. It can resist it for about an hour. But the Taoist robe will be destroyed. Moreover, Yi Xian will go to that small vortex, but he might not enter the dark world. If he doesn't enter the dark world and stays at the edge of the dark world, the Tomb of Tao will immediately attack us. The true martial divine lord said solemnly. Bet that he will enter the dark world. Bet. Both Bai Dizzy and White Robe were silent. The true martial divine lord looked at White Robe. If you attack Yi Xian alone, how confident are you that you can kill him? White Robe said, 80%. That's if he hasn't reached Tao Imperial. The true martial divine lord slowly closed his eyes. 80%. That's enough. It's worth the bet. With that, he looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy stood up. I'll go get the Taoist robe. With that, he turned and disappeared. In the hall, the true martial divine lord said softly. Unfortunately, this person isn't doubting. Otherwise, he would be able to help us destroy the Dao Tomb. If Yi Xian was doubting, he would definitely have a chance to reach the level of a Dao ancestor in the future. Moreover, if another expert of this level were to appear, then destroying the Dao Tomb would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't doubting. Not only that, but they had to get rid of Yi Xian. At all costs. Chapter 1386. Dark World. When Yi Xian arrived in the dark world, his expression turned grave. The dark world was pitch black, and within that pitch black space, there were some air currents that made him feel threatened. Turbid air. Even Dao manipulation experts would find it hard to resist these air currents. Yi Xian looked to his right, and saw a pitch black vortex not far away. The vortex was huge, and he could feel pure spiritual energy and sword qi in its depths. Sword qi. Yi Xian was curious, just how strong was this sword qi? Even experts like Qian Yaoyao and Luo Ho found it hard to resist. Could it be left behind by the three swords? Yi Xian walked towards the black vortex. Yi Jiming suddenly said, Be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally didn't dare to be careless in a place like Heaven Abyss. Soon Yi Xian approached the black vortex. As if thinking of something, he turned to look, but there was no one in the distance. But he knew someone was in the dark. Some were from the Dao court, and some were from the Dao tomb. Yi Xian was silent where he stood. Yi Jiming suddenly asked, What is it? Yi Xian chuckled. What do you think doubting will do to kill me? Yi Jiming was silent. Yi Xian looked at the black vortex, and after a long silence he quickly walked into it. Somewhere in the dark, Luo Ho whispered, Can he even absorb the sword qi in there? Bitter King and Qian Yaoyao were beside Luo Ho. Qian Yaoyao smiled. We'll know soon enough. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked somewhere. What do you think the Dao court will do? Bitter King said solemnly, He won't give up. Qian Yaoyao slowly closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Luo Ho suddenly said, Why is there sword qi in there? Qi Yaoyao said, Because someone went in. Who? Bitter King asked. Qian Yaoyao shook her head. I don't know. As she spoke, she glanced at the dark world in the distance and said softly, Ever since I found out about Mu Niannian, I've realized that we've become slightly weak. Before she met Mu Niannian, she had always felt that they were the most powerful people in this world. However, after meeting Mu Niannian, she suddenly realized that they were very weak. This was the way of the world. When you thought you had reached the ceiling, little did you know that there was an even higher existence. On the other side, Bai Dizzy and True Martial Divine Lord were watching in secret. They had investigated this new black vortex for a long time, but to no avail. They didn't fight over it, because it was meaningless. There was a powerful sword qi inside. If they couldn't enter the Dao tomb, they couldn't enter either. However, Yi Xian could enter. Could Yi Xian absorb the sword qi inside? They were curious as well. The sword qi inside was no ordinary sword qi. Even experts like Qian Yaoyao and Luo Ho couldn't resist it. How terrifying was it? Could Yi Xian absorb such a powerful sword qi? After Yi Xian entered the vortex, a wave of pure spirit qi hit him in the face. Yi Xian quickened his pace and soon arrived at a starry sky. There was another world inside this vortex. The starry sky was deep and boundless. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, because he sensed a strand of sword qi in the distant depths. An unfamiliar sword qi. He was more familiar with the sword qi of the three swords, but the sword qi before him didn't belong to any of them. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian walked toward the source of the sword qi. The further he went, the more serious Yi Xian's expression became. Not only did he feel a powerful sword qi, but also a powerful sword force. It was countless times stronger than the true martial divine lord's sword force. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little shocked. Apart from the three swords and Sister Nian, there was actually such a powerful swordsman in this world? Who was it? Yi Xian's curiosity grew. At this moment he suddenly stopped. A corpse floated dozens of feet in front of him. Yi Xian sized up the corpse. There was a sword mark on the corpse's throat. A single slash. Yi Xian walked up to the corpse and took a look at it. The body was still there, but the soul was gone. It must have been annihilated. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. What on earth was this place? Yi Xian's curiosity grew, and he became even more cautious. Although he had cultivated a Dao body, that didn't mean he was invincible. He couldn't be arrogant at any time. Yi Xian continued walking forward. After walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, a beam of sword energy cut through the air and slashed towards him. The sword qi was like a bolt of lightning. By the time Yi Xian sensed it, the sword qi was already in front of him. Yi Xian's expression changed. He didn't expect the sword qi to be so fast. At this moment, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. He could only let the sword qi cut him. At this moment, Yi Xian only hoped that his invincible sword body would be useful. As a tearing sound came, Yi Xian retreated almost 10,000 feet away. As soon as he stopped, the space around him cracked, and the cracks spread tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. And there was a sword qi stuck in Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian's body stiffened in the starry sky. His expression was extremely solemn, because his body couldn't absorb the sword qi. However, the sword qi couldn't hurt him either. Even though the sword qi had entered his body, it didn't hurt him. However, he couldn't absorb the sword qi either. It was very strange. Even Yi Xian was confused. What's going on? Meanwhile, Yi Jiming suddenly said, the sword qi can't hurt you, but your physique can't absorb it either. So there's only one explanation. Your invincible sword body is very strong, but you're not strong enough to absorb the sword qi. The sword qi's owner's attainments in the sword Dao might be similar to Mu Nianyan's, only inferior to three swords. Only inferior to three swords. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He looked into the distance. There's such a powerful swordsman in this world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly pulled out the sword qi. One could tell a person just by looking at the sword qi. Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn as he looked at the sword qi in his hand. The sword qi's owner's attainments in the sword Dao were probably only inferior to three swords. As for Sister Nian, he hadn't seen her at her peak, so he didn't know who was stronger between the sword qi's owner and Sister Nian. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly said, the sword qi isn't resisting? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Only now did he realize that the sword qi in his hand didn't resist? What's going on? Yi Xian looked at the sword qi in his hand. The sword qi was trembling slightly, but it didn't resist him. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, don't tell me the sword qi's owner is related to you again. She was speechless towards Yi Xian. How many people does this guy have backing? Not to mention her. Even he himself probably doesn't know. Wherever he goes, he has backing. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I've never seen the sword qi's aura before, so I don't think I know the sword qi's owner. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, just because you don't know him doesn't mean he doesn't know you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Jiming continued, no matter what, since the sword qi isn't resisting you, It means that the sword chi's owner might know you. Let's go ahead and take a look. Yi Xian nodded slightly and put the sword chi away. Although the sword chi had left its owner, with the sword Dao's attainments, the sword chi would last for at least 10,000 years. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped on his sword. There was a top grade or vein not far away from him. A top grade or vein. Yi Xian was slightly excited. He and the others had entered the or vein, but when they entered, Yi Xian was stunned. This top grade or vein was filled to the brim with fortune divine crystals. There were at least 300,000 of them. 300,000 divine fortune crystals. What did that mean? Yi Xian was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself. The ore vein here had not been developed by anyone, so it contained a large number of divine fortune crystals. Most importantly, these divine fortune crystals were different from the ones he had seen outside. They were completely different. These divine fortune crystals were the size of a fist and were dark purple in color. The energy contained within them was several times purer than the divine fortune crystals outside. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly said softly, "These divine fortune crystals have not been taken away by anyone. They can grow continuously in this or vein. Congratulations, you're rich." Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. How many experts could be nurtured in the fifth dimension with more than 300,000 pure divine crystals of fortune? He could nurture a large number of Dao validation and Dao defense realm experts. Most importantly, there was more than just this top grade or vein in this black hole. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the divine fortune crystals. Not only did he put away the divine fortune crystals, but he also put away the entire or vein. At this moment, he also understood one thing, and that was that the longer these divine fortune crystals stayed in this or vein, the better. After putting away the divine fortune crystals and the top grade or vein, Yi Xian continued forward. At this moment, another sword chi slashed at him from afar. However, he didn't panic at all. As he expected, the sword chi stopped 5 feet in front of him. Yi Xian put away the sword chi. He continued forward. Along the way, Yi Xian walked with the wind, feeling very proud of himself. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Jiming, do you have any thoughts?" Yi Jiming was silent for a moment before saying, "Cheater." Yi Xian blinked. "What do you mean?" Yi Jiming said calmly, "I saw this phrase in an ancient book. It said that it came from the Milky Way realm. It means that if you don't abide by the rules, your life will be like cheaters, just like you are now." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why does it sound like a bad phrase to me?" Yi Jiming said. "I don't know either. In any case, many of the words there are a bit strange. I looked at that ancient book and was also confused because I couldn't explain many of the words. For example, this cheater. What is cheater? What is cheater? Why is it combined to describe people who don't abide by the rules? I can't understand it." Yi Xian. P.S. I don't ask for votes, I don't ask for rewards, just write more and write a good book. Chapter 1387. Cheater? Yi Xian shook his head. "What a strange word." Yi Jiming suddenly said. "Don't dwell on this problem. It's meaningless." Yi Xian nodded and sped up. Along the way, he encountered more sword chi, and he noticed that these sword chi were scattered in space and would attack anyone they saw. Obviously, a great battle had happened in this part of space. After flying on the sword for about an hour, Yi Xian saw another or vein. There were over 200,000 fortune divine crystals in that or vein. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian put away the or vein. Now he had 2 top-grade or veins and over 400,000 fortune divine crystals. This was simply a sudden windfall. Even though the number of fortune divine crystals was increasing, Yi Xian felt uneasy. There was clearly something wrong with this place. Besides sword chi and or veins, he also saw corpses along the way. Judging from the corpses, they were all super experts when they were alive. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In the starry sky not far away from him, there was a giant starship floating in the sky. The entire starship was like a ghost floating in the starry sky, extremely creepy and creepy. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell is that? Yi Jiming suddenly said, "Be careful." Yi Xian nodded and walked towards the starship. When he got close to it, he felt a powerful aura again. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and he became even more vigilant. Just as he was about to slip away, the starship shook violently, and then footsteps came from inside the starship. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Someone's here." Yi Xian looked at the starship in front of him. Under his gaze, an old man walked out from the starship. The old man wore a loose gray robe, and he held a walking stick in his hand. His aura was faint, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian looked at the old man, but he didn't say a word. At this moment, the old man was also looking at Yi Xian. After a short moment, the old man suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Why aren't you afraid of the sword qi?" Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand. "I'm also a swordsman." The elder stared at Yi Xian. "Your attainments in the sword Dao are far inferior to the owner of this sword energy." Yi Xian said, "All swordsmen in the world are one family. We don't fight each other." The old man frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Xian was speechless. The old man continued, "Those sword qi won't hurt you. What is your relationship with the owner of the sword qi?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, "It's my first time here, so I don't know why that sword qi didn't harm me." This time he wasn't fooling around. What a joke. If the owner of the sword qi had a grudge against this old man, then wouldn't he be courting death? The old man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings and said, "Senior, where are we?" The old man replied, "The dark dimension." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Senior, are you from the depths of the dark dimension?" The old man shook his head. "I'm from the outside world." Yi Xian blinked. "The outside world?" The old man gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian's heart shook. Damn it. This old man wants to kill me. Because he sensed a strand of killing intent. Even though the old man's killing intent was very well concealed, he'd still noticed it. Because he'd attained his Dao through slaughter, so he was extremely sensitive to killing intent. The old man's right hand slowly clenched tightly within his wide sleeves. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm here to look for my dad." The old man frowned slightly. "Dad?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." "Senior, have you seen him?" The old man gazed at Yi Xian. "No." "Damn it. Who knows who your dad is?" Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm. Instantly, the blood in his body trembled. Bloodline power. When he saw Yi Xian's bloodline power, the old man's expression changed. Yi Xian looked at the old man. "My dad's bloodline is the same as mine. Senior, have you seen someone with such a bloodline?" The old man stared fixedly at the boiling blood in Yi Xian's body. His expression gradually became solemn. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. What bloodline is this? It's actually so strong. Who is this young man in front of me? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his bloodline power. He cupped his fists at the old man and asked, "I wonder if Senior has seen him before?" The old man was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Never." With that, he paused for a moment and said, "Young friend, your bloodline power is quite special." At this moment, his killing intent was gone. What was the thing that a person was most afraid of in their lifetime of cultivation? They were afraid of forming evil karma and bad karma. This world was too dangerous, so one had to be extremely careful in the outside world. Especially some people that one absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Once they did, it would be like stirring a hornet's nest. If one were to beat the young, then the old would come, and if one were to beat the old, then a group of old would come. But this young man before him was obviously someone with backing, and it was no ordinary backing. Once he killed him, there would be no end to future troubles. Yi Xian smiled. "Senior's aura is as deep as the ocean. I'm afraid you've attained the Dao, right?" The old man nodded. "Attained the Dao?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it. This old man has attained the Dao. No wonder I felt so dangerous. I've actually encountered a Dao realm expert. One must know that even if the Dao court and the Dao tomb were to be added together, there were only 4 cultivators at the Dao realm. Meanwhile, the old man spoke abruptly. With your strength, you shouldn't have stepped foot here. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, what sort of place is the dark dimension? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, You don't know, yet you still dared to come here. Yi Xian blinked and said, Is this place very dangerous? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. Isn't it? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and smiled embarrassedly. I don't think it's dangerous at all. The old man was speechless. Not dangerous? I almost killed you just now. You're not dangerous at all. Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression. My older brother said that you shouldn't be afraid of death. Young man, don't be afraid of death. You should temper yourself. The old man gazed at Yi Xian. Your older brother? Yi Xian nodded, and then he withdrew a sword from the top of the pagoda. My older brother gave this to me. It was the sword of the swordsman who wore a cloud-white robe. The old man's expression instantly turned solemn when he saw the sword of the founding ancestor of the immortal banished island. The stronger one was, the more one would be able to sense how formidable those three swords were. The old man gazed at Yi Xian. This is your older brother? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The old man hesitated for a moment. Young friend you. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. Who exactly is this young man? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, Senior, have you been to the depths of the dark dimension? The old man shook his head. I haven't. There's muddy energy there, and it's difficult for ordinary people to resist it. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. It's best that you don't go there as well. The muddy energy there isn't something you can resist right now. Yi Xian nodded. I'm not going. The old man cupped his fists. Young friend, I have something to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Obviously, he intended to ask Yi Xian to get off the pagoda. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, do you know the origins of this sword energy? The old man shook his head. I don't know. I only know that a great battle took place here in the past. At this point he seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Young friend, this sword energy isn't able to harm you? Yi Xian grinned, and then he took out a strand of sword energy. I don't know why this sword energy isn't able to harm me. The old man fell silent as he gazed at the sword energy in Yi Xian's hand that didn't resist it. The sword energy actually didn't resist. What the hell? The old man found it hard to comprehend. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Senior, may I ask why you're here? The old man replied. To settle some matters. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but you're neither from the Doubting Dao Tomb, right? The old man nodded. No. However, I've heard of these two powers. Are you from the Doubting Dao Tomb or the Doubting Dao Tomb? Yi Xian smiled. I'm from the fifth dimension and I'm temporarily allied with the Doubting Dao Tomb. The old man frowned. As far as I know, the Doubting Dao ancestor is the only one with decent strength, but your father and brother should be able to kill him without any pressure. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. There's no other way. They want to train me so that I can face everything by myself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they won't make a move. The old man was silent. It's good to have a backer. You can do whatever you want. The old man withdrew his thoughts and glanced at Yi Xian. Young friend, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the starship. The old man cupped his fists and was about to leave. Meanwhile, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Young friend, there's a ruin up ahead, and it used to belong to an ancient power. I came here for that ruin. However, that ancient ruin is slightly special. Not only is there a huge amount of muddy qi outside, there's even powerful sword qi there. The sword qi is so strong that even I can't resist it. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued. Young friend, are you interested in going with me to have a look? Yi Xian blinked but didn't speak. Why did this old man invite me? As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the old man smiled. I have no ill intentions towards you. To be honest, I've been investigating some matters in the outside world for the past few years, and I just happened to find that ruin. However, the sword qi there is extremely strong, and even I can't resist it. I originally wanted to give up, but after I met you. Yi Xian understood when he heard this. The old man smiled. The sword chi isn't able to harm you, so it shouldn't be a problem if you intend to enter the ruin. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man continued. Don't worry, I won't take any of the wealth there. I'm only going there to investigate something. Yi Xian smiled. How could that do? I'll go with you, and we'll split the wealth equally. The old man grinned. To tell you the truth, old man isn't an independent cultivator. So, wealth is like floating clouds to me. Yi Xian thought for a moment before he smiled. Senior, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian sat on the old man's starship and continued forward. It didn't take long for an enormous stone door to appear within Yi Xian's field of vision. There were 2 large words above the stone door. Sword Sect. The Sword Sect. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw these 2 words. The Sword Sect? To Yi Xian, this trip to the Sword Sect was like returning home. It was extremely intimate. Chapter 1388. The Sword Sect. There was a turbid aura drifting around the stone door. Apart from that, there was also some sword aura drifting around. The sword energy was very strong, extremely strong. The old man had a solemn expression in his eyes when he saw the sword energy. He'd been here once in the past, but he hadn't dared to go over. The muddy energy wasn't too bad because he could resist it, but the sword energy was strong to the point of killing him. If it was just pure sword energy, then he could resist it. But this place was quite strange, and he didn't want to take the risk. Actually, he was extremely shocked when he'd just arrived here. Whose sword energy is still so strong even after a few tens of thousands of years? The old man sighed in his heart. As expected, there's always someone stronger in the world. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked towards the stone door. The old man hurriedly said, Young brother, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and walked towards the stone door. Even though he was confident in his ability, he still didn't dare be careless. When he arrived over 30 m away from the stone door, the sword energy that drifted around the stone door suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, the sword energy transformed into rays of light that slashed towards Yi Xian. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. But he was stunned in the next moment, because the countless rays of sword energy had stopped in front of Yi Xian. All the rays of sword energy had stopped in front of Yi Xian. The old man blinked. Are they really not going to target this fellow? Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the rays of sword energy stop. The rays of sword energy were extremely formidable, and it would be extremely troublesome if they were really targeting him, because his sword was temporarily unable to absorb them. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and put them away. Meanwhile, the old man walked over to Yi Xian's side, and then he glanced at Yi Xian and exclaimed with admiration, Young brother, you're truly an extraordinary person. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, do you have a way to deal with the muddy energy? The old man nodded. The muddy energy here is much inferior to the depths of the dark dimension. I can deal with it. Yi Xian smiled and said, Then let's go in. The 2 of them continued forward. Along the way, the old man waved his right hand, and the turbid energy was blocked by a mysterious force. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. This old man's strength was not ordinary. Behind the mountain gate were some ancient buildings. However, these buildings were extremely dilapidated. Some of them had even collapsed into ruins. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here. At this time, the 2 of them arrived in front of a large hall. Half of the hall had already collapsed, leaving only the other half. It looked very desolate. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly said, Young friend, watch out. With that said, he waved his right hand, and a black shadow in front of Yi Xian was directly pushed back. Yi Xian gripped the sword tightly in his left hand. He looked at the black shadow. The shadow dissipated, revealing an illusory middle-aged man. A soul body. Although it was a soul body, the other party's aura was very powerful. Inside Yi Xian's body, the soul-suppressing sword was ready to strike. The middle-aged man looked at the old man, reaching the Tao. The old man was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with killing intent. A mere dark abyss spirit dares to act rashly in front of this honored one. With that said, he pointed forward with his fingers, and a wave of cold and gloomy energy swept out. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly punched out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the middle-aged man retreated rapidly. This time he retreated hundreds of feet away. But the old man did not retreat a single step. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. This old man's strength was definitely above Luo Hu and the others. Reaching the Dao realm, he was really strong. The middle-aged man stared at the old man. You know I come from the dark abyss. You are from the ancient god abyss. The old man was about to attack. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, please wait. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Senior, you should also want to know what happened here, right? After a moment of silence, the old man looked at the middle-aged man. What happened here? The middle-aged man did not speak, but stared at Yi Xian. You are from the sword sect. Yi Xian frowned. Just because I am a swordsman, you think I am from the sword sect? The middle-aged man did not speak. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Senior, what kind of place is this dark abyss? Is it the dark world? The old man shook his head. No, the dark abyss is a place more terrifying than the dark world. With that said, he looked at the middle-aged man. Who killed you? The middle-aged man said in a low voice, A woman. Woman. The old man frowned. How many of you died? The middle-aged man slowly clenched his fists, and his expression was ferocious. More than 30. Yi Xian suddenly asked. More than 30 reaching the Dao realm? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian. 12 reaching the Dao realm. 18 Dao defense realm peak. Hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. He was shocked. 12 reaching the Dao realm. What did this mean? What kind of place was this dark abyss? Why was it so strong? At this moment, the old man suddenly said, More than 30 of you were all killed by a woman? The middle-aged man ignored the old man, and looked at Yi Xian. Her sword aura did not hurt you. What's your relationship with her? Yi Xian was silent. He was sure that the owner of the sword aura was not Qing, and among the women he knew, only Qing, and Sister Nian's sword aura were this strong. Apart from those two, he did not know any other female swordsman. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, What's your relationship with her? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Take a guess. The old man was speechless. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he spoke in a low voice. She killed many of us. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. I didn't kill her. What does it have to do with me? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. What's the difference between her killing him and you killing him? Yi Xian flew into a rage. Are you kidding me? Why is there no difference between her killing and me killing? Go and find her if you can. The middle-aged man was expressionless. Killing you is the same. Yi Xian was so angry that his chest hurt. Damn it, he was obviously picking on the weak one. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the soul-suppressing sword transformed into a ray of sword light and flew out. In the distance, the middle-aged man's face drastically changed. He did not attack, but turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian and the old man were both stunned. Yi Xian's face was a little ugly. Damn it, that guy ran away. That person was at least at the Dao attainment realm. Although it was only a soul, if the other party chose to escape, there was nothing he could do. Damn it, that guy wouldn't call someone to beat me up, would he? Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's face became even uglier. The reason why the other party did not dare to escape before must be because of the sword qi. But now he had taken away all the sword qi. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the old man glanced at the soul-suppressing sword in front of Yi Xian. Young friend, your sword has reached the Dao attainment realm. What a good sword. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. It's just so. Saying so, he put away the soul-suppressing sword. The old man said in a low voice, Young friend, this dark yuan is not simple. You and them. Yi Xian sighed softly. Senior, you saw it too. I have no enmity with them, but they insisted on pestering me. Tell me, is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young friend, your identity isn't simple, so there's no need to pay too much attention to this dark yuan. However, you still have to be careful in the future. Yixian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior. The old man nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze shot towards the depths of the ruined hall. There was a corpse there. There was a sword by the corpse's side. The old man walked over to the corpse and sized it up carefully. A short while later, he pressed his palm down lightly. Condense. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the surroundings suddenly trembled, and then an illusory soul appeared in front of the old man. The old man looked at the illusory soul. What happened here? The soul glanced at the surroundings in a daze. Suddenly, he looked at Yixian, and he was stunned when he saw Yixian. Yixian blinked. Senior, you know me? The soul looked at Yixian with slight disbelief. You. At this point he frowned. How is this possible? Yixian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? The old man glanced at Yixian as well, and he was also bewildered. The soul fell silent for a long time before he said, You have the ancestral master's aura on you. Yixian took out the sword spirit. Is it this sword? When he saw the sword, the soul took a deep look at Yixian. You. Yixian smiled. I'm from the sword sect as well. The soul didn't speak. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly asked, What exactly happened here? The soul spoke softly. Many years ago, our sword sect suffered a calamity. Some mysterious experts appeared in our sword sect and slaughtered our sword sect. Yixian asked why. The soul's expression was complicated. Because of a super mineral vein. A super mineral vein. Yixian hurriedly asked, A super mineral vein? The soul nodded. Our sword sect obtained a super mineral vein in the dark world. This mineral vein stretches for thousands of miles, and it has its own sentience. But we never thought that it would bring disaster to our sword sect. The old man said softly, A super mineral vein, no wonder the dark abyss would act. The soul spoke again. Back then, in order to avoid those experts, we used a formation to escape into the dark world. But we never thought that those people would be even more terrifying than we imagined. They were not afraid of the turbid gas at all, and directly entered the dark world to kill us. Yixian said gravely, But those experts from the dark abyss are also dead. Who killed them? The soul replied gravely, Ancestral Master. Yixian asked, The azure-robed man? The soul glanced at Yixian and shook his head. It's not Ancestral Master. Yixian was a little curious. It's not the azure-robed man? The soul nodded. It's Ancestral Master Ting Yun. Ting Yun. Yixian was stunned. He had heard senior sister Lu say this before, but he didn't take it to heart. Was Ting Yun that strong? At this moment, the old man suddenly said, Little friend, what's your relationship with this senior Ting Yun? Yixian blinked and said, Senior sister. She's my senior sister. The old man fell silent. Damn, your father is so freakish, your big brother is also freakish, your senior sister is also freakish. Who is this guy? Is his whole family so terrifying? PS tickets. Chapter 1389. Ting Yun. Yixian was a little shocked at this moment because he really didn't expect Ting Yun's strength to be so terrifying. Over a dozen completed Dao Realm experts had been killed. This was simply not treating completed Dao Realm experts as humans. At this time, the middle-aged man's soul gradually became illusory. Yixian looked at the old man. The old man shook his head. His soul was originally scattered. I forcefully gathered it. Now his soul is extremely weak and is about to scatter from the world. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in front of the middle-aged man. In the next moment, the soul-suppressing sword directly released a powerful soul force that enveloped the middle-aged man. And the middle-aged man's soul that was about to disperse suddenly condensed once more. A trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw this. He glanced at the soul-suppressing sword but did not say anything. In front of Yixian, the middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. It's meaningless. To a certain extent, his soul had already been destroyed. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I'll send you into reincarnation. Then the mark of the god of reincarnation suddenly appeared between his brows. Seeing this scene, the old man was a little curious. Little friend, is this the reincarnation Great Tao? Yi Xian nodded. Senior, you also know about the reincarnation Great Tao? The old man smiled and said, Who doesn't know about the 3,000 Great Taos? This Samsara Grand Tao is ranked in the top 10 amongst the 3,000 Grand Taos. If you make good use of it, it'll be of great use in the future. Yi Xian blinked. What great use? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, You don't know? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. I obtained this seal of the God's will of the reincarnation Tao by chance. He obtained it by chance. The old man was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, let's talk later. With that, he looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, enter the cycle of reincarnation. The middle-aged man took a deep look at Yi Xian. Take care. With that, he entered the reincarnation cave. Soon the middle-aged man's soul completely disappeared. Yi Xian kept the samsara seal and looked at the old man. Senior, what's the use of this samsara god's seal? In the past, he'd used it to reach the Tao corroboration realm. Now that he'd reached the Tao corroboration realm, he hadn't used the samsara god's seal in a very long time. The old man said, When you reach the Tao formation realm in the future, you can use the divine seal of samsara. Yi Xian blinked. This god's seal can help people achieve the Tao. The old man nodded. Sure. However, if you borrow the god's seal to reach the Tao, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, if you use this god's seal to achieve Tao, you will be the reincarnation Great Tao. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. If he used the reincarnation god's seal to achieve the Tao, then he, Yi Xian, would become the god's seal. He, Yi Xian, would be the reincarnation Great Tao, one of the 3,000 Great Taos. Yi Xian gazed at the old man. Is there a problem with that? The old man spoke in a low voice. There's a huge problem. Because it'll be difficult for you to break through again. The grand Tao of samsara isn't a Tao that you've come up with on your own. It's the Tao of someone else. The grand Tao of samsara itself has reached its end. If you become it, then it means that attaining the Tao will be your end. And it'll be extremely difficult for you to continue breaking through. However, attaining the Tao is the lifelong pursuit of many, and it all depends on one's own choice. Yi Xian nodded and spoke softly. I understand. The old man smiled. Young brother, I came here to investigate the dark abyss. Now that I've finished my investigation, I have to return to report on my mission. Yi Xian gazed at the old man. Senior, what's your name? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Suke. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Senior Suke will meet again. Suke cupped his fists as well. Young brother, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Young brother, that expert from the dark abyss has fled. You have to be careful of the dark abyss because it isn't a simple place. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for the warning, senior. Suke continued. Besides that, the muddy energy in the depths of the dark world is extremely strong. Young brother, you must not continue forward because you'll enter the depths of the dark world if you continue forward. The muddy energy there isn't something you can resist right now. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the distance, but there was only pitch-black darkness at the end of his vision. The depths of the dark world? Yi Xian fell into deep contemplation. Suke didn't speak another word and he just turned around and left. After Suke left, Yi Xian started to plunder the top-grade ores like a madman. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian had obtained 6 top-grade mineral veins, and more than 1,300,000 divine crystals of fortune. Over 1,300,000 divine fortune crystals. What sort of concept was that? It could be said that even the entire doubting and the Tao tomb combined couldn't compare to his wealth. Of course, he also plundered the experts' corpses. He buried the sword sex experts' corpses properly, while the dark abyss experts' corpses were also plundered. His harvest wasn't small at all. There were several tens of thousands of divine fortune crystals, and all kinds of treasures. A huge windfall. After plundering, Yi Xian didn't choose to leave. Instead, he looked towards the depths of the dark world. There must be more top-grade ores in the depths of the dark world, because he could already feel the dense spiritual energy there. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded, "Don't be greedy." Yi Xian nodded and turned to leave. He was satisfied with his harvest today. Right at this time, he stopped again. Yi Jiming asked, "What is it?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Jiming, I almost forgot something." Yi Jiming asked, "What is it?" Yi Xian said softly, "I've already become a Dao physique. Do you think my Dao physique can resist the turbid qi?" Yi Jiming fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. The Dao scripture is known as the number 1 body tempering technique, and the Dao physique is known as the number 1 constitution. I'm curious, can the Dao physique resist the turbid qi? Yi Jiming said, "Why don't you give it a try?" She was also curious. This is a Dao scripture martial art. Yi Xian nodded and looked around. There were still some turbid qi drifting around the sword sect. His body trembled, and he appeared in front of a strand of turbid qi, grabbing it with his right hand. Yi Xian stared at the strand of turbid qi. A moment later he smiled, because nothing happened to his body at all. The turbid qi had no effect on his Dao physique. Yi Xian looked at the strand of turbid qi in his hand. As if he thought of something, he suddenly loosened his grip, and allowed the turbid qi to enter his body. Nothing happened to him after the turbid qi entered his body. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and said excitedly, "Jiming, I have a great plan." Yi Jiming asked, "What plan?" The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The next moment he disappeared on the spot. Not long later, Yi Xian entered the depths of the dark realm. When he arrived at the depths of the dark realm, Yi Xian discovered that his surroundings were pitch black and filled with turbid qi. The turbid qi here was extremely dense. Not to mention Dao controlling experts. Even Dao attainment experts wouldn't dare to step into this place recklessly. This time, Yi Xian did not look for any top-grade mineral veins. Instead, he frantically absorbed the turbid qi. He used his body as a vessel and absorbed all the turbid qi into his body. When it reached a certain level, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword quietly formed in his hand. It was a sword condensed from turbid qi. Apart from that, tens of thousands of qi swords suddenly appeared around him. All of them were qi swords formed from turbid qi. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. His Dao body was immune to the turbid qi, but not everyone had a Dao body. These 10,000 qi swords formed from turbid qi were even more terrifying than the soul-suppressing sword, because these qi swords would kill upon contact. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to withstand the turbid qi at all. Once touched, they would immediately enter heavenly decay. Yi Xian didn't stop and continued to absorb the turbid qi. After absorbing it, he immediately condensed the turbid qi into swords. Inside the prison pagoda, Yi Jiming was silent as she watched Yi Xian frantically condense swords. The cause of misfortune? She was starting to suspect that this was the cause of misfortune. She was actually starting to sympathize with Doubting. If this went on, Doubting would be toyed to death by Yi Xian. About 4 hours later, Yi Xian absorbed all the turbid qi within hundreds of thousands of miles and condensed it into swords. And now, he had a total of 120,000 swords. All of them were condensed from turbid qi. And with his current strength, forget about 120,000 swords, he could even control 500,000 swords. Of course, the reason why he didn't do this before was because the sword qi was more refined than quantity. But it was different now. These swords were special. It could be said that these swords formed from turbid qi didn't require much of his strength at all. These swords formed from turbid qi themselves carried a strange power. He just needed to control these swords. It was that simple. Yi Xian put away all of the swords and walked towards the depths of the dark world. However, he didn't walk for long when he suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him, a powerful aura swept over. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Soon, a white figure appeared in front of him. White robe. Seeing white robe, Yi Xian was expressionless. This doubting really didn't give up. White Robe glanced at the surroundings and frowned slightly. Why isn't there any turbid qi here? Yi Xian looked at White Robe and didn't speak. White Robe looked at Yi Xian. You did it. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment White Robe said again. You can ignore the turbid qi. Yi Xian didn't speak. White Robe looked deeply at Yi Xian. He didn't choose to attack but turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't choose to attack either because he wasn't confident that he could kill White Robe. And he didn't want to expose this turbid qi now. This would be a killer move that he would leave for doubting. On the spot, Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he continued walking towards the depths of the dark world. He wanted to go to the deepest part to take a look. The depths of the dark world, which was also the depths of the celestial abyss. What exactly was there? About an hour later, Yi Xian's brows gradually furrowed because he felt an invisible pressure. This pressure was like several mountains pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. An hour later, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare to continue forward, because he felt that he couldn't breathe. That pressure was too strong. What exactly was in the depths of the dark world? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he turned around and left. At this moment, a pitch-black hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Without a sound. Chapter 1390. Yi Xian did not dare to move. And that hand just rested on his shoulder. Yi Xian did not sense anyone behind him. And that was the most terrifying thing. There was clearly someone, and the other party had a hand on his shoulder, but he could not sense the other party. Who was it? Yi Xian turned around, but there was nothing in front of him. There was nothing. Yi Xian fell silent. In the next moment, Yi Xian turned around and ran. Hee hee. At this moment, a strange laughter suddenly sounded from all around him. Yi Xian stopped and glanced around, but he did not find anything. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian continued forward. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and a face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the face of a little girl. The little girl's face was as pale as a sheet, and her hair was disheveled, covering half of her face. At this moment, the little girl was staring at him with a sinister smile. It had to be said that Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian looked at the little girl in front of him and grinned. Seeing Yi Xian smile, the little girl was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, she grabbed Yi Xian's throat, and a powerful force locked onto Yi Xian. The moment the little girl made a move, Yi Xian's soul-subduing sword suddenly unsheathed. Chi. As a cutting sound rang out, the human face disappeared, and Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, a little girl in white appeared in front of him. The little girl in white looked at Yi Xian and grinned. This smile was somewhat sinister. Immediately after, she was about to make a move, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a candied hawthorn. The little girl looked at the candied hawthorn in Yi Xian's hand and blinked. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and the candied hawthorn landed in front of the little girl in white. The white-clothed little girl hesitated for a moment, and then she took the candied fruit and licked it lightly. In next to no time, her eyes lit up with disbelief. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, he was just trying it out because he realized that some of the younger ones seemed to like Tonghulu. Obviously, the little girl in front of him also liked Tonghulu. The little girl in white was indeed attracted by the candied hawthorn. She licked with relish. Yi Xian sized up the little girl in white. This little girl's strength was not an ordinary kind of ferocious. Because just now, this little girl had forcefully taken a blow from his sword, and was completely fine. Soon the little girl finished eating the candied haws. Yi Xian quickly took out another stick of candied hawthorn, and handed it to the little girl. The little girl in white looked at Yi Xian. She took the candied hawthorn but did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The white-clothed little girl didn't say anything. Yi Xian took out a stick of candied hawthorn and gave it to the white-clothed girl. The white-clothed girl took it and said, "Nagalu." "Nagalu?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. That name is a little strange. The white-clothed little girl looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Xian smiled and said, Nagalu, what are you doing here? Nagalu didn't answer, and just licked the candied hawthorn. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Do you want to go out and play? Nagalu looked at Xian and said, I can't go out. Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? I can even go out. Nagalu pointed to the right. Xian looked over, but there was nothing there. Meanwhile, Nagalu suddenly walked over. The space in front of Nagalu suddenly split open a few hundred meters away, and then a huge golden word floated out. Stop! The golden word stop blocked Nagalu's path, and there was fear in Nagalu's eyes. Xian looked at the word and said in a low voice, Jiming, do you know what this is? Jiming was silent for a moment, then said, I've never seen it before. Xian walked over to Nagalu's side and looked at the golden word. It was obvious that someone had trapped Nagalu here. Who could it be? A single word had trapped the powerful Nagalu here. Xian was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Nagalu and said, Why don't you enter my xiaota? Nagalu pointed at Xian's abdomen. Inside. Xian nodded. Nagalu fell silent. Xian smiled and said, Give it a try? What if I can get out? Nagalu thought about it, then nodded and entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, Nagalu looked around curiously. Outside, Xian looked at the giant golden word. He walked forward slowly. At this moment, the giant golden word suddenly erupted with a beam of golden light. Xian's expression changed drastically, and he slashed with his sword. Hiss! A tearing sound resounded. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in the dark realm. In the next moment, Xian was instantly blasted back 30 kilometers away. After he stopped, Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He looked at the golden word. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the golden word trembled violently as if it was about to attack again. Xian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly leaped up and stabbed with his sword. The sword of the way. As he stabbed with his sword, the remaining turbid qi in the surroundings was instantly reduced to nothingness. The sword as the way as the sword. This was the first time Xian had used the sword of the way. At this moment, the golden word suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light and vanished. A moment of silence. Bang! An expanse of golden light and sword light suddenly erupted in this expanse of space, and then a figure retreated repeatedly amidst the sword light and golden light. It was Xian. This time, Xian had retreated by an entire 30 kilometers. However, the golden word had retreated by 3 kilometers as well. Xian had just stopped moving when the space behind him exploded apart, and he even spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at the golden word. What the hell is this? It's actually so terrifying. If his physical body wasn't sufficiently strong, then he would have probably been obliterated by that attack. Meanwhile, Nagalu appeared by Xian's side. She gazed at Xian in silence. Xian laughed bitterly. I can't defeat him. Nagalu turned around and left. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he followed her. Along the way, Nagalu didn't speak. Xian smiled. Nagalu, how long have you been here? Nagalu raised a finger. Xian blinked. 10,000 years? Nagalu looked at Xian. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Xian was stunned. She had been here for 100,000 years. What the hell? This little girl had lived for 100,000 years? At this time, Nagalu stopped, and Xian looked up. Not far away, there was a floating mountain. This mountain was 100,000 zhang tall, and there were some scattered floating rocks around it. Xian followed Nagalu to the top of the mountain. When they arrived, Xian saw an old man. The old man sat cross-legged on a boulder, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura was as deep as the sea. Xian's expression turned solemn. There was a powerhouse here. At this time, Nagalu walked to the old man's side, and she handed the candied hawthorn in her hand to the old man. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at the candied hawthorn in Nagalu's hand, and smiled. You eat. Nagalu shook her head. The old man smiled, took the candied hawthorn, and then looked at Yi Xian in the distance, smiling. Taoist body. How many years has it been since I last saw it? Taoist body. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Taoist body was a part of the Taoist scripture martial arts, and in the words of Knowing Destiny, there were only two people who knew about the Taoist scripture martial arts. One was the owner of the Taoist scripture, and the other was her. This old man in front of him actually knew about Taoist body. Could it be the owner of the Taoist scripture? But it didn't seem like it. Yi Xian's mind was full of questions. At this time the old man smiled. Young man, do you have many questions? Yi Xian nodded. How does Senior know about Taoist body? The old man smiled. Because someone has successfully cultivated it. Yi Xian asked, who? The old man said softly. It was a very, very long time ago. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Who are you, Senior? The old man looked at Yi Xian. Young man, do you believe in fate? Yi Xian was silent. Damn, this old man is trying to fool me. The old man smiled. I believe in fate, and to be able to meet you today, it is enough to prove that we are fated. Yi Xian smiled. With Senior's strength, you should be able to see the cause of my misfortune, right? The old man was silent. Yi Xian said, Senior, if there is anything you want to say, you can say it directly. The old man said softly, Young man, you are a straightforward person, so I will say it directly. To be honest, I want you to do me a favor. Yi Xian did not say anything. He did not dare to casually agree to someone else's request. This old man was unfathomable, and the other party was actually trapped here. One could imagine how strong the person who trapped them was. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Young man, can you help me bring my granddaughter out? Jialu. Yi Xian looked at Jialu. Jialu licked his tonghulu, and did not say anything. The old man said again, Young man, over the years there have been some people who have come here, but I did not ask them for help. I did not intend to ask you for help, because the karma between my granddaughter and me is not something an ordinary person can bear. Yi Xian frowned. You think I can bear it? The old man looked at Yi Xian. You have the cause of misfortune, but you still lived until now. Young man, do you know how terrifying that is? Yi Xian was silent. The old man said again, Young man, I do not know your background, but I know that it is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Jialu and said with a smile, Senior, the person who can trap you must have strength that I cannot resist, right? The old man nodded. It is not someone you can resist. However, this is a grudge between me and him. My granddaughter is innocent, so I want to ask you for a favor and bring her out. Yi Xian did not say anything. The old man looked at Yi Xian. I do not have any benefits for you. On the contrary, if you save my granddaughter, it is very likely that you will be tainted with some bad karma, and this karma will bring you great trouble in the future. Yi Xian said with a smile. Then Senior, do you think I will save her? The old man said with a smile. You will. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? The old man smiled slightly. Because you are a good person. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he shook his head. Sir, I have a lot of friends behind me. Anything I say or do can bring disaster to them. So, do you understand what I mean? The old man was silent. Yi Xian said, If I am alone I will save her, but I have a universe behind me, so I am sorry. After saying that, he turned around and left. Be a good person? He really did not mind doing good things, but the premise was that he had the strength. Taking care of things that were not within one's ability would not only bring disaster to oneself, but also to the entire five-dimensional universe. Doing good things, he had to act within his ability. If he did not have the ability, then he really should not meddle in other people's business. Moreover, he did not know the ins and outs of the matter. Who knew whether this old man deserved it or not? The Lone Swordmaster. Chapter 1391. The old man sighed softly when he saw Yi Xian leave decisively. Yi Xian still didn't stop. At this moment, the old man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the sword tightly in his right hand and didn't speak, but he was secretly on guard. The old man smiled. Young friend, Perhaps we can talk in a different way. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Feel free to bluff me, senior. The old man laughed. Young friend, you're interesting. Yi Xian didn't speak. The old man sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Young friend, I saw that your Dao form has just reached the Dao validation realm, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man smiled. Do you want to reach the Dao defense realm? The Dao defense realm. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Are you serious? The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man continued. Young friend, there will be trouble if you save my granddaughter, but this trouble is in the future. Since it's in the future, then there are many uncertain factors. At that time, it might seem troublesome now, but it might be a trivial matter to you. To put it simply, whether the trouble in the future is big or small, or no trouble at all, it all depends on your strength in the future. New Yi Xian looked at the old man in confusion. Who are you people? The old man smiled. The dragon horde, the most ancient dragon horde. Dragon. Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Jialo in the distance. No wonder this little girl's defense is so abnormal. So it's a dragon. The old man continued. Young friend, if you're willing to help, this old man can not only help you reach the Dao defense realm, but he can also pass on everything to you from the dragon horde. Of course, this old man won't bluff you. Forming good karma with the dragon horde is equivalent to forming bad karma with others. However, little friend should also understand that since ancient times, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. There are gains and losses. It all depends on little friend's choice. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Didn't you say that you wouldn't give me any benefits? The old man smiled and said, It's just a test. Yi Xian asked, What's there to test? Do you think I'm a good person? The old man smiled and said, Little friend, you are neither good nor evil. You are not a pure good person, nor are you a pure evil person. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, What level has senior reached? The old man thought for a moment and said, Do you really want to know? Yi Xian nodded. The old man smiled and said, 2 or 3 realms higher than you, little friend. Above achieving the Dao. Yi Xian asked softly, Senior, what is above achieving Dao? The old man smiled and said, You will know in the future. Yi Xian was speechless. Can't I know in advance? The old man shook his head. It's meaningless. Don't ask about meaningless things. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man said, Little friend, let me discuss my specific conditions with you. If you are willing to help, then not only will I help your Dao body attain the Dao defense realm, I will even give you the wealth of the Jialong tribe. Moreover, the Jialong tribe has 12 dragon souls. Even though they are only souls, they are all at the peak of the Dao defense realm. Moreover, they are not ordinary peak Dao defense realm experts. Ordinary experts at the Dao defense realm are utterly unable to resist them. 12 dragon souls, all at the peak of the Dao defense realm. Yi Xian was slightly tempted. At this time the old man added, As for wealth, all the top-grade mines in the heavenly world abyss belong to my dragon tribe. As long as little friend agrees, I will gift all the top-grade mines to little friend, as well as some of my dragon tribe's treasures. Everything will belong to little friend. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, the old man continued. There are over 30 top-grade spirit veins in the depths of the dark world, and every single one of them contains at least 1,000,000 divine fortune crystals. Yi Xian suddenly said seriously, I'll do it. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Won't you think about it? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. There's no need to think about it. The old man smiled. You know how strong I am. Just think about it. How terrifying is the person who can trap me? Are you really not going to think about it? Yi Xian chuckled. I really want to think about the future. However, my top priority now is to think about the present. Would the doubting let him go? Of course not. As for the Dao tomb, he would not place his hopes on it at all. As long as there were enough benefits, the Dao tomb would abandon him at any time. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, there's a large golden word outside. The old man smiled. I'll take care of that. Yi Xian nodded. Then there's no problem. The old man said, "Come with me." After saying that, he walked into the distance. Yi Xian and Jialo followed. Soon the old man brought Yi Xian and Jialo to a well. Yi Xian glanced at the well. It was not water in the well, but blood. It was full of blood. The blood was boiling like magma. The old man said softly, "When my dragon horde was massacred, I preserved the blood of my dragon horde." After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. "Go down." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Absorb?" The old man smiled. "No, go down and use the dragon blood to temper your body. My dragon horde's blood is extremely young and tyrannical. It has a miraculous effect on the tempering of the body. This much dragon blood is enough to improve your Taoist physique to the next level. Not only that, but it will also give you the power of the dragon blood." Yi Xian glanced at the dragon blood and jumped into the well without hesitation. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Burn. At this moment, Yi Xian felt his body burning. The power of the dragon blood. This well contained almost all the dragon blood of the Jia dragon horde. This dragon blood was so powerful that ordinary Dao defense realm cultivators would immediately be reduced to ashes if they entered. Only Yi Xian's Taoist physique could withstand the power of so much dragon blood. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the dragon blood. At this moment, the blood in Yi Xian's body suddenly surged. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian began to absorb the dragon blood around him. He was devouring. The old man watched quietly from the side. He did not stop him, and his expression was calm as if he had already expected this. Beside the old man, Jialo was still quietly licking his candied fruit, not saying a word. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly grabbed Jialo's hand and spoke softly. "Little girl, follow him later, all right?" Jialo shook her head. The old man looked at Jialo and smiled. "Little girl, you're the last hope of the dragon horde. Grandpa didn't want you to carry this burden, but you have no choice. Look at the dragon horde. 136 dragons were skinned and their tendons skinned. We living dragons can't forget this blood feud. Grandpa isn't capable enough to avenge our clansmen. Only you can avenge them." Jialo remained silent. The old man looked at the well and spoke softly. "You must follow him. Only by following him will you have a chance to avenge the dragon horde. Besides that, little girl, it's time for you to go out and see the outside world." Jialo still remained silent. The old man looked at Yi Xian in the well. This person has the disaster seed and has cultivated a Dao body. He's not simple, especially his bloodline power. His bloodline power is even stronger than our Jia dragon tribes. I have to say that it's terrifying for a human's bloodline to reach such a level. However, because of the disaster seed, his troubles may be endless. Little girl, you must be careful when you follow him. Just because he's tough doesn't mean the lives of those around him are tough. Jialo still remained silent. The old man looked at Jialo with a complicated expression. "Little girl, if you can take revenge in the future, do so. If you can't, then don't. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. You must live well." Jialo looked at the old man. "Let's go together." The old man smiled and was about to speak when the well in the distance suddenly exploded, and Yi Xian floated out. At that moment, Yi Xian's body exuded an extremely powerful aura. His body was red as if it was condensed from fresh blood. Dragon blood. He had absorbed all the dragon blood. Now his Dao body had reached the Dao Imperial realm. Yi Xian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, the space around him split apart. A trace of excitement flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After he had devoured the dragon blood, his Dao body had not only reached the Dao Imperial realm, but he had also obtained the bloodline power of the dragon tribe. The characteristic of the bloodline power of the dragon tribe was power. Unparalleled power. He could now easily kill a Dao Imperial realm expert with the power of his physical body. With the strength of his current physical body, he would not be afraid even if he faced experts at the level of Zhenwu and White Robe. He could go head-on against experts at the level of White Robe and Zhenwu. The improvement this time was far too great. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the old man in the distance. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you. The old man smiled and said, Congratulations, young friend. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, was this heaven abyss once the territory of the dragon tribe? The old man nodded. This place used to be the territory of the dragon tribe. Later on, a great battle occurred here, so it became an abyss. The mineral veins in this abyss all belong to the dragon tribe. Yi Xian spoke softly. I see. Meanwhile, the old man withdrew a spatial ring. This spatial ring contains all the treasures and mineral veins of the dragon tribe. It can be said that all the wealth of the dragon tribe is in here. Now I'll give it to you. However, Yi Xian did not take it. The old man smiled. Young friend, are you going back on your word? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, aren't you afraid of entrusting it to the wrong person? The old man roared with laughter. Young friend, I believe in your character. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. To be honest, even I don't really believe in my character. The old man smiled. Young friend, I'll be honest with you as well. Besides you, I have no one else to choose from. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man looked at Jiao Lu who was beside him. Young friend, this granddaughter of mine has been here for too long, and is slightly introverted. However, her nature is not bad. After she leaves with you, I hope you treat her well. Yi Xian glanced at Jiao Lu. Don't worry, senior. I, Yi Xian, will take good care of Miss Jiao Lu after I've benefited from you. The old man spoke softly. This old man can rest assured. As he spoke, he spread open his hands. In an instant, his body started to crack inch by inch. At the same time, an extremely overbearing aura suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. In next to no time, an enormous dragon that was over 100 kilometers long appeared on the mountain peak. In front of this enormous dragon, the mountain beneath Yi Xian's feet was like a speck of dust. Yi Xian was shocked. He had never seen such an enormous dragon before. Compared to this dragon, the so-called true dragons in the past were like earthworms. At this moment, the enormous dragon suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. In an instant, the entire celestial abyss shook violently. At this moment, whether it was the doubting world or the Dao tomb, everyone was shocked. In the sky above the mountain peak, the enormous dragon raised its head and looked into the distance, laughing loudly. Girl, remember well. Even if there is only one dragon left in my dragon clan, we must still live with our backs straight. We can die, we can be exterminated, but our dragon clan's courage and pride cannot be lost. Even if we die, we must die standing. Is that so? At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded from afar. This voice seemed to come from ancient times, and it was illusory. At almost the same time, somewhere in the distant starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped in her tracks. The woman in the plain dress just stood there silently, not saying a word. As the ancient voice sounded from the depths of the celestial abyss, a huge golden word suddenly appeared before the enormous dragon, and a faint shadow could be seen within the golden word. The golden word transformed into a golden ray of light that shot explosively towards the enormous dragon. In the sky, the enormous dragon suddenly raised its head and roared, and then it directly collided with the golden ray of light. Boom! This collision caused the entire celestial abyss to shake violently like a huge earthquake. In the sky, the enormous dragon had just come into contact with the golden word, and then the enormous dragon actually started to crumble inch by inch. When he saw this, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Such a powerful dragon actually couldn't defeat this word? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. At this moment, the old man's pained voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Take her and leave. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly pulled Jialo who was beside him and ran madly towards the distance. At this moment, the enormous dragon had already turned into ashes. A super expert above the Dao attainment realm had been instantly killed just like that. His soul had been completely destroyed. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Damn, this was too frightening. Hurry up and run. Yi Xian pulled Jialo and quickened their pace. At this moment, Yi Xian and Jialo suddenly stopped, because the huge golden word had appeared in front of them. Within the huge golden word, a faint shadow could be seen. Yi Xian looked at this shadow with an extremely solemn expression. Beside Yi Xian, Jialo stared at the shadow. 2 streams of clear liquid had appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. The huge golden word suddenly trembled slightly, as if it was about to attack. At this moment, somewhere in the distant starry sky, the woman in the plain dress suddenly turned her head and glanced at it. Attack him? You can try. P.S. Tickets. Chapter 1392. As soon as she said this, the golden word in front of Yi Xian and Jialo stopped moving. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman in the plain dress continued to walk into the distance. At this moment, a voice resounded from the starry sky behind her. Who are you? In the distance, the woman in the plain dress didn't even turn around. Someone you can't afford to offend. Someone you can't afford to offend. The starry sky suddenly became quiet. Heaven, abyss, dark world. The golden word in front of Yi Xian suddenly became illusory, and then it gradually disappeared completely. Yi Xian and Jialo were stunned. Gone. Yi Xian lifted his head to take a look. He said softly, "Is that you, Qing?" There was no response. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he left with Jialo. Jialo didn't speak along the way. Yi Xian glanced at Jialo and said, "Miss Jialo, why don't you come to my tower first?" Jialo nodded and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian looked around. He had to admit that he had gained a lot this time. Very much. The treasures he had obtained from the Naga Dragon clan were enough to change the fate of the entire 5th dimension. Truly change the fate of the 5th dimension. There were a total of 36 top-grade mineral veins in the spatial ring the old man had given him. In addition to the ones he had obtained before, he now had a total of 40 top-grade mineral veins. And he had tens of millions of divine fortune crystals. Tens of millions. What did that mean? It could be said that the total wealth of the Doubting and the Dao Tomb couldn't compare to Yi Xian. With these divine fortune crystals, he could cultivate a large number of Dao-proving realm experts, and even Dao-controlling realm experts. Of course, what he needed the most now was time. The complete rise of the 5th dimension was only a matter of time. Apart from that, he had also gained a lot this time. He now had over 100,000 energy swords, and all of them were condensed from turbid qi. Even an ordinary Dao defense realm expert would find it difficult to resist the turbid qi. This was the gift he had prepared for the Doubting. Of course, the biggest gain was the improvement of his Taoist body. With his current body, he could fight against a top expert like true martial god. It could be said that if it was a one-on-one battle, the only ones who could pose a fatal threat to him were experts of the Dao realm. In addition, he had also obtained the treasures of the Naga dragons. The treasures of the dragon clan were truly terrifying. In short, the harvest this time was bountiful. Of course, he didn't get too excited. Now, he had to face a problem, and that was how to explain everything that had happened in the dark world. However, this was not a problem for him. After a while, Yi Xian left the black vortex. As soon as he appeared outside the vortex, Rahu and the others appeared in front of him. Luo Ho glanced at Yi Xian. "Let's talk somewhere else." After saying that, everyone disappeared. Heavenly King Palace. Apart from Luo Ho, Qi Yaoyao, Bitter King and Barbarian King were also in the hall. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Everyone must be very curious about what happened in the vortex. Luo Ho nodded. "Tell us." Yi Xian told them about the sword sect, but he didn't say anything about Jialo and the old man. In any case, it was half the truth and half a lie. After a while, Luo Ho suddenly asked, "That's it?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's it." Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. "You didn't know that something big happened in the dark world?" Yi Xian said, "I know, but it came from the depths of the dark world. I didn't go there, so I don't know what happened there either." At this moment, Bitter King suddenly said, "You really don't know? Or you don't want to say?" Yi Xian looked at Bitter King and smiled. "Bitter King, you really think highly of me. How could I go to the depths of the dark world?" Bitter King gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Luo Ho suddenly said, "Did you get anything?" Yi Xian nodded. "I brought 6 top-grade ores from the sword sect ruins." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Luo Ho. I'll take 3. Luo Ho glanced at Yi Xian and put the spatial ring away. Meanwhile, Zhan Man spoke abruptly. What right do you have to take 3? Yi Xian replied. I risked my life for them. Zhan Man gazed at Yi Xian. Without us to stop the doubting, you wouldn't have been able to enter. Yi Xian ignored Zhan Man and looked at Luo Ho instead. Luo Ho remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. They're all yours. I don't want any of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed a spatial ring in front of Luo Ho. Inside the spatial ring were 3 top-grade ores. After putting down the spatial ring, Yi Xian turned around and left. Zhan Man King frowned. Wait. Yi Xian turned around to look at Zhan Man King. Zhan Man King stared at Yi Xian. I suspect there are more than 6. Yi Xian laughed. Zhan Man King, are you an idiot? Zhan Man King narrowed his eyes and punched out. In the distance, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded in the hall. Yi Xian retreated a dozen steps while Zhan Man King returned to his original position. Luo Ho and Bitter King looked at Yi Xian with a trace of shock in their eyes. Yi Xian's strength has become so strong? Qin Yaoyao sipped her tea slowly and didn't speak at all. Zhan Man King was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly said, Zhan Man King, you can attack if you want, but it's pointless to stop now. How about this? I challenge you to a life and death duel, and I won't stop until one of us dies. Just the 2 of us, and we'll have a fair fight. The one who asks for help is a dog. What do you think? Luo Ho frowned as well. Zhan Man King gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi. Meanwhile, Qin Yaoyao spoke abruptly. Zhan Man, do you want to die? Everyone gazed at Qin Yaoyao when they heard this. Zhan Man gazed at her with a gloomy expression. What are you trying to say? Qin Yaoyao shrugged. Then have a life and death duel. Zhan Man King frowned. Divine King, do you think I can't defeat him? Qin Yaoyao smiled. Zhan Man, let's not talk about whether you can defeat him or not. Let's talk about whether your life and death duel is meaningful. Who would be the happiest if the 2 of you fought to the death? Doubting. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. Don't you think so? Yi Xian said with a smile. But I still want to fight him. Qin Yaoyao gazed at Yi Xian. Are you sure? She was slightly displeased. Yi Xian looked Qin Yaoyao in the eyes. I'm sure. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped. Meanwhile, Zhan Man King stood up, but Luo Ho stopped him. Zhan Man King was about to speak when Luo Ho's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. You have to think this through. He's full of tricks and never does anything that puts him at a disadvantage. Moreover, he's ruthless. He definitely has something to rely on since he dared to challenge you. And it's very likely that even we can't stop him. Even if we can stop him, your entire reputation will be destroyed if you lose to him. Zhan Man King fell silent. At this moment, Qin Yaoyao suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring flew into her hand in front of Luo Ho. She handed the storage ring to Yi Xian. You deserve this. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, Zhan Man King said fiercely, he's too arrogant. If it wasn't for our Dao tomb, he would have already been doubting. Idiot. Qi Yaorao suddenly turned around and glanced coldly at Zhan Man King's expression instantly turned ferocious. And he was just about to stand up when Luo Ho suddenly said, sit down. His voice was icy cold, and it didn't contain a trace of emotion. Zhan Man King said in a low voice, Luo Ho, are you really going to let him do this? Luo Ho looked at Qin Yaoyao. Speak. Qin Yaoyao sat down with an expressionless face. We've always taken the initiative in our cooperation with him, but I'm afraid that's no longer the case now. Luo Ho frowned. What do you mean? Qin Yaoyao said softly. Let me ask everyone a question. Does he really need our Dao tomb? Zhan Man King said coldly. Doesn't he need it? Qin Yaoyao looked at Zhan Man. Can you use your brain a little? Zhan Man King said angrily. You, Luo Ho suddenly said. If you interrupt again, get out. In the Dao tomb, Qi Yaoyao had always been the brains of the Dao tomb. Even when the Lord was here, He was extremely respectful to Qi Yaoyao and would discuss all major matters with her. Zhan Manking's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't interrupt again. Qi Yaoyao said, "Actually, he doesn't need us. I've investigated before. He went to doubting after Mu Nianyan's death, and he slaughtered countless doubting experts at that time. He even proved his Dao by killing. In the end, the Dao ancestor had no choice but to intervene, but he's still alive. Why? Because his younger sister stopped the Dao ancestor. In other words, Yi Ling. And there's an extremely powerful soul within Yi Ling's body." Luo Ho and the others fell silent. Qi Yaoyao said again, "What does that mean?" "It means that that person's strength isn't inferior to the Dao ancestors. Also, you seem to have forgotten that he's someone with the Calamity Seed. This Calamity Seed only exists in the legends. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that he's still alive." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. "I've done an investigation recently, and I've investigated everything about him. Do you know what I found?" Luo Ho said solemnly, "Speak." Qi Yaoyao smiled. "He's not someone we can afford to offend." Luo Ho frowned slightly. "A little exaggerated?" Qi Yaoyao shook her head. "It's not exaggerated at all. We all think that Mu Nianyan is his greatest backer, but in my opinion, that Miss Nianyan isn't his greatest backer. The source of his bloodline is that woman in a plain dress. And we know almost nothing about these two people. Even with our strength, we can't investigate them. If you think about this problem, you'll realize how terrifying it is. Besides that, there's definitely someone who's helping him resist the Calamity Seed. Otherwise, with his strength, he would absolutely be unable to survive until now. As for this cause of disaster, let alone resisting it, we don't even know what the hell this cause of disaster is. The Calamity Seed. What exactly is it? Actually, many people don't know. They only know that it's a form of karma. But exactly what kind of karma is it? No one knows." Qi Yaoyao continued. "He's immune to sword qi. As for the sword sex sword qi, all of you've experienced it, so you know how terrifying it is. But he's immune to it." As she spoke, she looked at Zhan Man. "If I were him, I wouldn't absorb the sword qi. Instead, I'd gather it, and once I encounter an enemy, I'd release it. In any case, the sword qi would automatically attack others. How comfortable would that be?" Zhan Man's expression turned even more unsightly when he heard this. Chapter 1393. Inside the hall, Luo Ho and the others had ugly expressions. Qi Yaoyao stood up and left without another word. In the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped with a woman standing in front of him. It was Qin Yaoyao. Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "This isn't like you." Yi Xian said, "About the hall?" Qin Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Yaoyao, the Dao Tomb grounds have never trusted me. No matter how many top-grade ores I hand over, you still won't believe me, right?" Qin Yaoyao fell silent. Indeed, no matter how much Yi Xian handed over, the Dao Tomb grounds would think it wasn't enough. Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Then how many top-grade ores did you get?" Yi Xian looked at Qin Yaoyao. "Miss Yaoyao, are you asking me on behalf of the Dao Tomb grounds or yourself?" Qin Yaoyao blinked. "Is there a difference?" Yi Xian smiled. "There's a huge difference." How could Qin Yaoyao not understand Yi Xian's meaning? After a moment of silence, Qin Yaoyao said, "I won't ask any more." Yi Xian smiled. "Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Qin Yaoyao suddenly said, "Can I still kill you now?" Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qin Yaoyao. "I'm afraid not." He couldn't. Qin Yaoyao shook her head and smiled. She knew that Yi Xian must have had some fortuitous encounter in the dark world. Qi Yaoyao asked again, "Then can you kill me?" Yi Xian thought about it. "I can try." Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. "You're so confident?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not very confident." Qin Yaoyao's lips curled. "Want to exchange a few moves?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Miss Yaoyao, my enemy is doubting, not you and not the Dao Tomb. From the very beginning, I've never treated the Dao Tomb as an enemy. You should know this very well. However, the Dao Tomb doesn't think so. What do you think? After a long period of silence, Qin Yaoyao asked, will we become enemies in the future? Yi Xian smiled and said, that will depend on what the Dao Tomb ground does. Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Yaoyao, have you ever thought of changing places? Qian Yaoyao was taken aback for a moment before she smiled and said, you want to rope me in? Yi Xian nodded. The fifth dimension is a good place. Are you interested in going there? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, I'm very curious. What benefits are you going to use to win me over? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before he asked, what does Miss Yaoyao want? Qian Yaoyao asked back, what do you think I want? Yi Xian looked at Qian Yaoyao and said, you want to destroy the doubting, the so-called Great Tao, because the Great Tao is unfair. But now the Dao Tomb Ground's goal is not doubting. Miss Yaoyao, forgive me for being blunt, but even if the Dao Tomb Ground destroys the doubting, the world will still be unfair because the Dao Tomb Ground will be the next doubting. Miss Yaoyao, you should understand that the Dao Tomb Ground is no longer fighting for their beliefs, but for themselves. Qian Yaoyao was silent. Yi Xian said again, Miss Yaoyao, you should have investigated the fifth dimension. What do you think of it now? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, very good. Yi Xian looked at Qian Yaoyao and said, I want to destroy the doubting and rebuild the great Tao of order. Qian Yaoyao looked straight at Yi Xian and said, will you not become the next doubting? Yi Xian shook his head and said, I won't. Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, why should I? Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yaoyao, you understand. With that, he turned and left. Qian Yaoyao was silent. She naturally understood. Why did Yi Xian want to destroy the doubting? Revenge. Revenge for Mu Niannian. What was Yi Xian's ultimate goal? To protect the fifth dimension. Yi Xian didn't care about the Tao scripture, power, or longevity. Or in other words, in his heart, the Tao scripture, power, longevity, and invincibility were not the most important. To him, friends, family, and the fifth dimension were more important. Yi Xian always knew what he wanted to do, and what he wanted to fight for. But the Dao Tomb Ground was no longer fighting for the beliefs of the past. What did the Dao breakers in the Dao Tomb Ground believe in? Fairness. Why did they resist the doubting? Because the Great Tao was unfair. However, when they had great strength, would they fight for this so-called fairness for more people? No. Because there was no difference between them and the doubting itself. Everyone was fighting for themselves. This was why no one in the Dao Tomb Ground was able to forge a new path. In the past, the doubting was about proving one's Dao, while the Dao Tomb Ground was about breaking one's Dao. But now, above breaking one's Dao was controlling one's Dao and achieving one's Dao. In other words, the Dao Tomb Ground and the doubting path were the same. With this thought, Qian Yaoyao sighed and turned to leave. Doubting. In the main hall of the Divine Palace, Bai Dizzy and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. In the dark world, White Robe did not attack Yi Xian because he discovered that Yi Xian could ignore the turbid qi. Moreover, such a huge commotion in the dark world was definitely related to Yi Xian. What happened in the dark world? This was what they wanted to know the most. At this moment, Bai Dizzy said softly, things are getting worse for us. They really wanted to kill Yi Xian and used all their strength, but Yi Xian was still alive and well. Now Yi Xian was growing every day, and they could only watch Yi Xian grow. It had to be said that this was a kind of torture for them. And now, even if they wanted to stop and make peace, it was impossible because Yi Xian would never stop and make peace. It could be said that between the doubting and Yi Xian, only one could survive. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, wait. White Robe and the true martial divine lord looked at Bai Dizzy, and Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Wait for the Tao ancestor to come out of seclusion. Come out of seclusion. Now, only when the Tao ancestor came out could they change the situation of the doubting. In the fifth dimension, after Yi Xian returned to the fifth dimension, he immediately called Guan Yin. In the hall, Yi Xian said solemnly, only Shaoqi has reached Tao validation? Guan Yin nodded. And Lanxiu, Arrow, and Ajiu are on the verge of breaking through, but it's still not enough. There aren't enough fortune divine crystals. Fortune divine crystals. Thinking of this, Guanyin sighed softly. At this moment, she realized how important the fortune divine crystals were. Not only were they useful to Dao validation experts, but they were also useful to self-release experts like her. This world was like this. Without money, no matter how much effort you put in, it was useless. At this moment, Yixian suddenly took out a storage ring and handed it to Guanyin. Guanyin glanced at the storage ring, and the next moment, her expression changed drastically. There were 5 million fortune divine crystals in the storage ring. Moreover, these fortune divine crystals were several times purer than before. Guanyin looked at Yixian and said with a trembling voice, "Where did you go to rob this time?" Yixian's face darkened. "What are you saying? What do you mean I went to rob again?" Guanyin stared at Yixian. "Where did you get them?" Yixian said with a smile. "It's a long story, so I won't say much. You can distribute these fortune divine crystals." Guanyin glanced at Yixian and did not ask anymore. She picked up the storage ring and left. In the hall, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Fortune divine crystals. He now had more than 38 million fortune divine crystals. After giving 5 million to Guanyin, he still had 33 million left. These fortune divine crystals were enough to last the 5th dimension for 100 years. What he needed the most now was time. It could be said that it was not impossible for the 5th dimension to surpass the Doubting and the Dao tomb. Inside the hall, Yixian took out the Dao scriptures. He now had 5 Dao scriptures. He already knew that there was one in the Doubting, one in the Dao tomb, and one in the whirling world. What about the last one? Yixian suddenly asked. "Jiming, do you know the whereabouts of the last Dao scripture?" Yi Jiming said solemnly, "No." Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Dao scriptures. The spirit of the great Dao. This was what Sister Nian told him before she died. He must find the spirit of the great Dao. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly ran into the hall. She looked at Yixian and said excitedly, "Good news." Yixian was stunned and asked, "Good news?" Guanyin nodded and said excitedly, Many spirits came." Spirits. Yixian and Guanyin disappeared from the hall. Spirit Palace. On this day, countless spirits came to the Spirit Palace. These spirits were the spirits of heaven and earth that had been ordered by Xiaolinger to find spirits. Now these spirits had returned. Not only did they return, but they also brought many spirits with them to the 5th dimension. Every spirit brought back a spirit, some even brought back a few for a moment. The entire Spirit Palace became unusually lively. Yixian glanced at the entire Spirit Palace. There were more than 10,000 spirits. There were all kinds of spirits. And these spirits were surrounding Xiaolinger, and Xiaolinger was giving them divine crystals of fortune. At this moment, Xiaolinger suddenly looked up at Yixian. The next moment, she flew directly in front of Yixian, and all the spirits surrounded them. All the spirits were looking at Yixian and Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger grinned. "Brother, I want money." Yixian laughed. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger glanced at it, and the next moment her eyes widened. Wow! As she said that, she gave Yixian a big hug. There were 300,000 divine crystals of fortune in the storage ring. The reason why he did not give more was because he was afraid that this little girl would waste it. Xiaolinger began to give the spirits divine crystals of fortune. She was very generous because she had doubled the reward. Seeing that Xiaolinger had doubled the reward, the spirits were overjoyed. For a moment, the entire Spirit Palace was filled with chattering laughter. At this moment, Guanyin's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yixian. "She's gone." Yixian frowned slightly. "Who?" Guanyin said with a trembling voice. "Miss Nian Nian." Yixian directly disappeared. The next moment, he arrived in a starry sky, but that starry sky was empty. Mu Niannian's main body was gone. Yixian was stunned. PS please. Chapter 1394. Gone. Yixian stood in the starry sky, looking as if he had lost his soul. At this time, Guanyin appeared beside Yixian, her expression extremely ugly. Yi Xian asked. What happened? Guanyin shook her head. I don't know. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian and Guanyin. The old man bowed to them. Greetings, Alliance Leader Yi. Miss Guan. Yi Xian looked at the old man. What happened? The old man shook his head. I don't know either. Miss Nian's body was still there, but just now, her body disappeared. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Sister Nian's body was taken away? Who? Doubting. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At this time Yi Jiming suddenly said, It can't be doubting. Yi Xian asked, Why? Yi Jiming said solemnly, You need to calm down. Yi Xian fell silent, clenching his fists. Yi Jiming continued, Doubting bringing Mu Nianyan's body is meaningless. Are they going to use her body to threaten you? That's obviously impossible. Moreover, with your current strength, if someone stepped into the fifth dimension, you would definitely be able to detect it, right? Yi Xian slowly clenched his right fist. Yi Jiming was right. With his current strength, if someone stepped into the fifth dimension, he would be able to detect it immediately. But just now he did not sense any aura. Who was it? Yi Xian swept his gaze across the starry sky, his eyes as cold as ice. At this time, Source Spirit suddenly appeared. She looked at the empty starry sky in the distance, stunned, then looked at Yi Xian. It's gone. Yi Xian nodded. Source Spirit asked, Doubting. Yi Xian shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. Saying this, he slowly closed his eyes. Doubting. The Dao Tomb? But it didn't look like it. There was no reason for the Dao Tomb. Although there was a reason for doubting. What was Doubting doing with Sister Nian's body? Was he going to use it to threaten him? That was possible. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and in the next moment he vanished on the spot. Guan Yin's expression changed when she saw this. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had disappeared without a trace. In the abyss of the heaven realm, in front of the main hall of the divine palace, a sword light suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time, a spear pierced through the air from within the palace. Boom. In the sky above the divine palace, a sword light exploded, and a man appeared above the divine palace. The person who had arrived was precisely Yi Xian. When Yi Xian appeared, Bai Dizzy, true martial god, and White Robe appeared as well. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Did you do it? Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. What do you mean we did it? Yi Xian said fiercely, Sister Nian's body is no longer here. Did you Doubting do it? Mu Nianyan's body. Bai Dizzy was stunned, and then he said, the fifth dimension Tendo's body is gone. Yi Xian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Did you Doubting? Bai Dizzy was about to speak when True Martial God suddenly said, Yi Xian, I did not Doubting do it. Yi Xian looked at True Martial God, and True Martial God said solemnly, Doubting and you are mortal enemies, but not to this extent. Also Mu Nianyan is the strongest. Although the omnipotent expert has already fallen, we still respect her very much. We would never do such a shameless thing. Yi Xian's expression became fiercer. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? True Martial God looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, why do we want Mu Nianyan's body? Are we going to use it to threaten you? If so, we can use it to threaten you now. Also, Doubting is not as despicable as you think. Even if we wanted to kill you, we would not use such despicable means. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy immediately said angrily, Why are you looking at me? I have never done such a thing, and I disdain to do it. True Martial God nodded. Very well. He Zhenwu would never do something like stealing someone's corpse. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Not Doubting. Could it be the Dao Tomb? At this moment, Qing Yaoyao suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. It is not the Dao Tomb, I am sure of this. Not the Dao Tomb. Yi Xian was silent, his expression becoming more and more fierce. Who could it be? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly turned and left. In the field, Qing Yaoyao frowned. Mu Nianyan's body was gone. Who would steal Mu Nianyan's body? Why would they steal it? Qing Yaoyao turned to look at Bai Dizzy and the others. It really wasn't you? True martial god said solemnly. Heavenly monarch, I doubting, am not that despicable. Besides, I, true martial, respect an expert like Mu Niannian from the bottom of my heart. Why would I do such a despicable thing? Qing Yaoyao turned to look at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy was expressionless. What, am I that despicable? Qing Yaoyao said indifferently. True martial god is an expert and he has his pride, but you, Bai Dizzy, don't have that. What immoral things can't you do? Bai Dizzy said coldly. Think whatever you want. Qi Yaoyao said nothing else and turned to leave. In the field, true martial god said solemnly. Who would steal Mu Niannian's body? Bai Dizzy said. Doubting is the most suspicious, followed by the Dao Tomb. True martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said, although she is dead, her body is also a 5-dimensional tendo, and she is so strong. Her body must be useful. At this point he said angrily. Why are you looking at me like that? I said it. I didn't do it. At this time White Robe suddenly said. If it wasn't us and not the Dao Tomb, then who could it be? The three fell into silence. After a long time, Bai Dizzy seemed to think of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? White Robe and True Martial God looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy's face was pale, and he was a little frightened. True Martial frowned. Could it be what? Bai Dizzy said with a trembling voice. It is possible. It is completely possible. At this point he looked at True Martial and White Robe. Wait for my news. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. True Martial and White Robe were dumbfounded. Heavenly King Palace. At this time Luo Ho and the others were there. They already knew that Mu Niannian's body in the 5-dimensional universe had disappeared. Inside the palace, Luo Ho looked at Qian Yaoyao. Do you think this was done by doubting? Qian Yaoyao shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. Like what True Martial said, they are not that despicable. Especially True Martial and White Robe. No matter what, they would not do anything to Mu Niannian's body. That kind of powerhouse is respected by everyone. Luo Ho nodded. Even he respected Mu Niannian from the bottom of his heart. Powerhouses still had their pride, especially people like True Martial and White Robe. Therefore he did not believe that White Robe and True Martial had done anything to Mu Niannian's body. At this time Bitter King suddenly said, if it is not us and not doubting, then who could it be? Or does this Yi Xian have other enemies? In the palace, Qian Yaoyao was silent. No one spoke either. The palace sank into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Qian Yaoyao's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? In the palace, everyone looked at Qian Yaoyao. Qi Yaoyao did not speak. She stood up and left. After leaving the palace, she disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. In the palace, the three looked at each other. In the starry sky, Yi Xian just stood there, staring at the place where Mu Niannian's body had been. Disappeared without a trace. It was not the Dao Tomb, nor was it doubting. Then who could it be? Yi Xian's eyes were somewhat blank. Who took Sister Nian's body away? Yi Ling? She had the ability to take Sister Nian's body away without a trace, but she would not do so. Then who else could it be? Could it be that dark abyss? But that was not possible either. He could not think of anyone else. Just like that, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky for a whole day and a night. On this day, Yi Xian had unknowingly arrived in Shaman City. He just walked on the streets, looking as if he had lost his soul. Shaman City was bustling. There were stalls on both sides of the streets, and the sounds of people shouting could be heard. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly came from Yi Xian's right. You thief, how dare you steal? Yi Xian looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a fat man was whipping a beggar crazily with a wooden stick. The beggar was curled up on the ground, hugging something tightly. He did not make a sound even though he was being whipped by the fat man. The beggar's hair was long, messy, and dirty. His face could not be seen. The fat man stepped on the beggar and scolded. How dare you steal from me? Tui. As he spoke, he continued whipping the beggar with the wooden stick. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared before the fat man. When he saw Yi Xian, a hint of wariness appeared in the fat man's eyes. because Yi Xian's attire told him that he was not a normal person, and he even had a sword with him. Yi Xian crouched down before the beggar, and gently pushed aside the beggar's messy hair. When he saw the beggar's face, he was instantly stunned. It was a little girl, but her face was very dirty, and there were even wounds on it. The little girl was terrified. She hugged the thing in her hands tightly, and her body trembled. "Don't hit me. It hurts," Yi Xian asked softly. "What's your name?" The little girl cast a glance at Yi Xian, and lowered her head slightly. Her lips moved, but she did not say anything. Yi Xian said gently, "Don't be afraid, I won't hit you." The little girl lifted her head slightly. She cast a glance at Yi Xian, but soon lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Nian, Nian. My name is Nian Nian." Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was petrified on the spot. In the little girl's arms was a fish that was still jumping. The little girl hugged the fish tightly, and she was terrified. Chapter 1395. Nian Nian. Yi Xian looked at the little girl in front of him, as if he had lost his soul. Sister Nian? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. However, the little girl in front of him looked completely different from Sister Nian. However, he felt that this little girl looked familiar. This was also the reason why he had stopped in his tracks. At this moment, the fat man suddenly said, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he constantly tapped his palm with the wooden stick, as if he was threatening her. Yi Xian was about to speak when the little girl suddenly hugged her knees and buried her head in them. She said with a trembling voice, "Don't hit me. It hurts." A ruthless glint flashed through the fat man's eyes. He was about to grab the little girl's hair when a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Hiss. Blood splattered. The expressions of the people on the street changed drastically as they retreated. Yi Xian ignored everyone. He squatted in front of the little girl and said gently, "Don't worry, no one will hit you." The little girl seemed to be very afraid. She curled up into a ball, but she kept hugging her fish. Even when she was being beaten up badly, she didn't let go of the fish. Yi Xian felt his heart ache for some reason when he saw that the little girl was still very afraid. As if he had thought of something, he pressed his palm gently against the ground. In an instant, a ball of fire appeared on the ground. Yi Xian gently crooked his index finger, and a fish flew into his hand from a bucket in the distance. He cleaned the fish quickly and then started to grill it. Soon, the fragrance of fish wafted through the air. At this moment, the little girl raised her head slightly. When she saw the roasted fish in Yi Xian's hand, she blinked, but she quickly buried her head in her lap. Clearly, she was still very afraid. Yi Xian hurriedly took out some seasonings and placed them on the roasted fish. Soon, the roasted fish became even more fragrant. The little girl would steal a glance at the roasted fish from time to time. Yi Xian handed the roasted fish to Nian Nian and said gently, "Here, this is for you." The little girl raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. Her throat rolled, but she did not dare to take it. Yi Xian smiled and said gently, "Don't be afraid. With me around, no one will dare to hit you." After hesitating for a while, the little girl slowly reached for the grilled fish. Yi Xian tried his best to make his smile amiable. He had never been so cautious before. The little girl held on to the grilled fish, and Yi Xian immediately let go. The little girl's throat rolled, and she was about to eat when Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Be careful, it's hot." As he spoke, he quickly blew on the grilled fish. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian and took a bite. When the fish entered her mouth, she blinked and quickly took a few more bites. At the side, Yi Xian squatted down and looked at the little girl in front of her. Is that Sister Nian? Yi Xian didn't know, but he hoped so. Soon, the little girl finished the grilled fish. Yi Xian blinked. "Do you want more?" The little girl nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly continued grilling. Soon he handed the grilled fish to the little girl. "Here." The little girl glanced at Yi Xian. There was no longer any fear in her eyes. The little girl took the grilled fish, and seemed to have thought of something. She tore off a piece of fish, and handed it to Yi Xian. Her hands were very, very dirty. Yi Xian's heart ached when he saw this. He took the piece of fish and put it in his mouth. After eating it, He blinked and smiled. I want more. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Xian blinked, and then she tore off another piece of fish and gave it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian finished eating, he looked at the grilled fish in the little girl's hand. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then tore off another piece of fish and gave it to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't take it. He pointed at the fish in the little girl's arms. At this moment, the fish was already dead. The little girl understood what Yi Xian meant. She hesitated for a while, and then handed the fish to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian cleaned the fish, he started grilling it. Soon Yi Xian finished grilling the fish and shared it with the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was no longer wary of him. After eating the fish, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and extended his hand to the little girl. He smiled and said, "Let's go home." Home. The little girl was stunned. Then she lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'll grill fish for you for the rest of your life." The little girl looked up at Yi Xian. She just looked at Yi Xian with a confused look in her eyes. Yi Xian looked at the little girl with a smile. His hand was still extended in the same way. A moment later, the little girl suddenly extended her hand and placed it in Yi Xian's. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go." Just as the little girl was about to stand up, she seemed to have affected her wounds. She immediately gasped and looked at Yi Xian with tears in her eyes. "It hurts." Looking at the little girl who was covered in injuries, Yi Xian felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He hurriedly squatted down and took out a pill for the little girl. "Here, take it." The little girl didn't refuse. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Very quickly, the pill transformed into a pure energy that spread throughout her body. In a short while, all the injuries on her body had basically recovered. The little girl moved her hands. Then she lifted her head to look at Yi Xian. The shocked look on her face was very cute. Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's amazing, right?" The little girl nodded vigorously. Yi Xian laughed and pulled the little girl's hand. "Let's go home." The little girl nodded. She held on to Yi Xian's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that Yi Xian would run away. Yi Xian pulled the little girl and slowly walked into the distance. At this moment, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "She is." Yi Xian said softly in his heart. "I know." Yi Jiming said solemnly. "Now I understand something." Yi Xian asked, "What is it?" Yi Jiming said, "She was born because of the fifth dimension and then died because of the fifth dimension. If I'm not wrong, she was able to be reborn because you cured the fifth dimension." The fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension was unprecedentedly good. Not only were there more than 160 dragon veins, there were also more than 10,000 heaven and earth spirits. Other than that, under Yi Xian's management, there were no more wars in the fifth dimension. No super experts dared to fight in the fifth dimension. Moreover, Yi Xian also brought back some top grade or veins. These top grade or veins could also nourish the heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, not only had the fifth dimension's tribulation completely disappeared, the origin of the fifth dimension, which was the origin spirit, had also been restored. At this moment, Yi Jiming said again, "The origin of the fifth dimension has been restored and the fifth dimension's tribulation has also disappeared. In other words, there is no need for her to suppress it. It was this universe that allowed her to be reborn. However, what I don't understand is why she lost her memories and doesn't have any power." Yi Xian looked at the little girl beside him. He was also very curious. He could now confirm that this little girl was Sister Nian. However, why did Sister Nian lose her memories? Not only that, she also completely lost her power. Could it be because of her previous injuries? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far away from him stood an old man. Bai Emperor's son. Bai Dizzy just stared at the little girl beside Yi Xian. The little girl was somewhat afraid and hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian. Bai Dizzy gave Yi Xian a deep look before turning to leave. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that Bai Dizzy already knew that the little girl behind him was Sister Nian. At this moment, Qing Yaoyao suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. She looked at the little girl who only had her head poked out from behind Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian looked at Qing Yaoyao, not saying anything. After a moment, Qing Yaoyao softly said, Have you thought about the consequences? Yi Xian smiled. What consequences? Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. They won't let her recover her memories and strength. They will do it at all costs. Yi Xian smiled. Then what about the Dao tomb? Qin Yaoyao shook her head. I don't know. Her appearance will make everyone wary of you. With that, she glanced at the little girl behind Yi Xian. Take care. With that, she sighed softly and turned to leave. She didn't expect this fifth dimension Tendo to still be alive. No, it should be rebirth. This rebirth was definitely not a good thing for Yi Xian. This was because Mu Niannian had not only lost her memories, but also her strength. Would doubting help Mu Niannian recover her memories? Would doubting help Mu Niannian recover her strength? No. Doubting would kill this little girl at all costs. At all costs. On the field, Yi Xian was silent. He naturally understood what Qin Yaoyao meant. He originally needed time to develop, but now he didn't have any. At this moment, the little girl suddenly tugged at Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian smiled. He looked at the little girl. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. No one. With that, he squatted down and smiled. Come, I'll carry you home. The little girl blinked, then shook her head. Dirty. Yi Xian smiled. Nian Nian isn't dirty at all. With that, he bent his body. The little girl hesitated, then climbed onto Yi Xian's back. Yi Xian carried the little girl and walked away slowly. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Nian Nian, do you remember what happened in the past? The little girl shook her head. I don't remember. Yi Xian asked. Not at all. The little girl was silent. Yi Xian asked. Just a little? The little girl pressed her head against Yi Xian's back and said softly, I think I had a dream. That dream was very long, but I don't remember many things in the dream. But, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, but what? The little girl glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, I think you were in that dream. Yi Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. Really? The little girl nodded. Really? Yi Xian said with a smile. Am I good or bad in your dream? The little girl thought about it and said, in the dream, you were always causing trouble. I don't remember anything else. Yi Xian slowly walked away with the little girl on his back. He didn't know when, but his cheeks were covered in tears. P.S. I also had a dream. In the dream, I was first in the monthly votes. There were so many monthly votes. There were people fighting to vote for me every day. Chapter 1396. Yi Xian brought the little girl back to the sword hall where he lived. Guanyin was also in the hall. Yi Xian brought the little girl to Guanyin. He looked at Guanyin and said, Take her to clean up. Guanyin nodded slightly. All right. With that, she stretched out her hand to the little girl. However, the little girl hid behind Yi Xian. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian squatted down and grabbed the little girl's hands. He smiled and said, It's all right. Big sister is also a good person. She won't hurt you. The little girl glanced at Guanyin and lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian gently rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, Don't be afraid. Tell me who bullied you. I'll beat him to death. The little girl raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. She said softly, You don't go. Yi Xian smiled. I won't go. Go take a bath with big sister, and change into a nice set of clothes, okay? The little girl looked at her clothes. She hesitated for a long time before nodding. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin held the little girl's hand and walked towards the inner hall. Inside the hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Yi Jiming suddenly said, What do you think doubting will do next? Yi Xian didn't say anything. What will doubting do? A moment later, Yi Xian left the sword hall and came to the fish stall where he first met Nian Nian. At this moment, there was no one here. Yi Xian walked to the fish stall. There was a corpse in front of the fish stall. It was the corpse of the fishmonger. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, the soul-suppressing sword trembled slightly and a shadow floated out. It was the soul of the fishmonger who had whipped Nian Nian. He had used the soul-suppressing sword to kill the fishmonger. Although the soul-suppressing sword had absorbed the fishmonger's soul, it hadn't completely digested it. Thus his soul was still there. Seeing Yi Xian, the fishmonger hurriedly kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, "Spare me, spare me." Yi Xian looked at the fishmonger. "It was Nian Nian's fault for stealing your fish. It was my fault for killing you." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and then pressed it lightly towards fishmonger. Very soon, a mysterious force enveloped fishmonger, and gradually, fishmonger's soul entered his body. Not long after, fishmonger slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky with slight confusion, and he found it hard to believe that he was still alive. As if he had thought of something, the fishmonger hurriedly got up. He knelt before Yi Xian and kowtowed as if pounding garlic. "Thank you, immortal, for not killing me. Thank you, immortal, for not killing me." Yi Xian opened his palm. A black scroll and a bottle of pills landed in front of the fishmonger. This is a cultivation technique. If you cultivate this technique, it shouldn't be difficult for you to live for 100 years. Sister Nian ate one of your fish, and I gave you a fortune. We're even. As he spoke, he turned and left. Behind him, the fishmonger was still kowtowing crazily. However, at this moment he wasn't afraid, but excited and agitated. After Yi Xian left the city gate, he suddenly said, "Come." As his voice fell, a shadow appeared beside him and bowed respectfully. Yi Xian said softly, "Secretly observe him. If he's evil, kill him. If he's good, help him." The shadow bowed respectfully. "Yes." As he spoke, he quietly disappeared. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Sister Nian, we don't owe anyone anything, even if it's a fish." After he finished speaking, he also disappeared. Heaven Realm Abyss, Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Bai Dizzy sat on a chair and did not speak for a long time. He had been sitting for a full 2 hours. During this time, he did not say a word. Next to him, True Martial Divine Lord and White Robe's expressions were extremely grave. They did not expect that Mu Nian had been reborn. Reborn. That woman was not Yi Xian. Yi Xian's threat was in the future, but that woman's threat was now. Now that the fifth dimension had recovered its vitality, there was no need for her to suppress it. What did this mean? It meant that once she recovered her memories, she would be in her peak state. How terrifying would a peak fifth dimension Tendo be? Could she instantly kill a Dao ancestor? Most likely. As they thought of this, the three people's expressions became even uglier. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly said softly, "She has lost her memories. She has lost her strength." White Robe and True Martial looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. In other words, the current her has no strength at all. Hearing this, True Martial narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If Mu Nian was in her peak state, even if everyone in the doubting joined forces, they would not be her opponent. However, she had lost her memories and strength. Right now, she was just an ordinary little girl. A little girl who could be killed with a flick of a finger. At this moment, White Robe suddenly said, "This matter cannot be delayed." Bai Dizzy nodded. Their top priority now was to get rid of Mu Nian as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew when she would regain her memories and strength? Perhaps it would be tomorrow. True Martial suddenly said, "There is another problem. The Dao Tomb." Bai Dizzy stood up. "I will go talk to them." True Martial looked at Bai Dizzy. What if they can't come to an agreement? Bai Dizzy did not even turn his head. Then we will all perish together. True Martial, White Robe, gather all the experts in the doubting. Remember, all of them. With that, he had already disappeared into the distance. Dao Tomb City. Bai Dizzy came to the Dao Tomb City alone. He had just entered when Luo Ho appeared in front of him. Ke Yao Yao, Bitter King and John Man were also there. Bai Dizzy went straight to the point. Mu Nian's death is beneficial to both of us. Ke Yao Yao smiled. It's beneficial to the doubting, right? Bai Dizzy looked at Ke Yao Yao. Yao Yao, does the Dao Tomb really want to see such a powerful person appear? The corners of Ke Yao Yao's mouth curled up. Why not? Her appearance is not detrimental to us. On the contrary, If she regains her memories and strength, the first person she will kill will be the doubting, right? Bai Dizzy smiled. Then let's not talk about it. Perish together. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Perish together. The smile on Kei Yaoyao's face gradually faded. She knew that the doubting was not joking, because the doubting had no way out. If they did not get rid of Mu Niannian now, once Mu Niannian regained her memories and strength, the doubting's life would be in the hands of Mu Niannian. It could be said that they would kill Mu Niannian at all costs, even if they had to perish together with the Dao Tomb. At this moment, Luoho suddenly said, "We cannot interfere." Kei Yaoyao looked at Luoho. Luoho said softly, "The doubting is already desperate." Kei Yaoyao was silent. Luoho looked at Kei Yaoyao. "What do you think?" Kei Yaoyao said, "We have two choices. The first is to watch from the sidelines and let the doubting and Yi Xian fight to the death while we reap the benefits." Luoho said, "The second." Kei Yaoyao said, "The second is to help Yi Xian fight the doubting until Mu Niannian regains her memories and strength." The Bitter King suddenly said, "What are the benefits?" Kei Yaoyao said, "The benefit is to form an alliance with the fifth dimension, a true alliance. In the future, we will have a powerful ally." The Bitter King shook his head. Luoho also shook his head. Ally? They never believed in allies. Moreover, at that time, Mu Niannian's fifth dimension would be suppressing the Dao Tomb. Just as the White Emperor's son had said, they did not wish for someone as powerful as Mu Niannian to appear. Kei Yaoyao was silent. She already knew everyone's choice. For now, the first choice was the most suitable for the Dao Tomb. Wouldn't it be better to let Yi Xian and the doubting fight to the death? After all, the Dao Tomb did not need to do anything and they could reap the benefits. If Yi Xian lost, the Dao Tomb would not suffer any losses. If the doubting lost, it would be a great thing for the Dao Tomb. At this moment, Kei Yaoyao suddenly said, "I will go to the fifth dimension." She was about to leave when Luoho suddenly said, "Celestial Monarch." Yi Xian turned to look at Luoho and smiled. "You can't be too ruthless. What do you think?" Luoho was silent for a moment, then said, "Have a sense of propriety." Kei Yaoyao did not say anything else and disappeared into the horizon. In the fifth dimension. In the sword hall, Guanyin walked out with the little girl. At this moment, the little girl looked completely different. Her hair had been tied into a braid by Guanyin. She looked extremely cute. The little girl's appearance was completely different from Sister Nian. But Yi Xian knew that she was Sister Nian. When she saw Yi Xian, Nian ran to his side and grabbed his arm. She looked up at Yi Xian and said, "Eat fish." "Eat fish." Yi Xian laughed. "Let's go, I will roast fish for you." After saying this, he pulled Nian out of the hall. Inside the hall, Guanyin was silent, his expression extremely solemn. Sister Nian's rebirth was naturally a great thing for the fifth dimension. However, there was a fatal problem, and that was that Sister Nian had lost her memories and power. At this time, would the doubting give Sister Nian time? Of course not. The doubting would definitely kill Sister Nian at all costs. The fifth dimension would not be peaceful anymore. Yi Xian brought Nian to a river. This was the place where he and Mu Niannian had first met. At that time, he did not know that this woman was the Tendo of the fifth dimension. Qing was also there at that time. After Yi Xian caught a few fish from the river, he looked at Nian and said with a smile, "Which one do you like?" Nian pointed at the largest one with her little finger. Yi Xian laughed. He cleaned up the fish quickly and started a fire to roast it. Nian walked to Yi Xian's side and sat down next to Yi Xian, her eyes fixed on the roasted fish in front of her. Yi Xian suddenly said, Nian, why were you on the street?" Nian shook her head. "I don't know." Yi Xian turned to look at Nian. "Don't you remember why you were on the street?" Nian nodded. Yi Xian was silent. Nian's last memory should be on that street. Yi Xian turned to look at Nian. Nian hugged Yi Xian's arm with both hands and said softly, Can I always follow you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course you can." Nian looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really? I'll roast fish for you every day from now on." Nian Nian looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Soon the fish was roasted. Yi Xian lay on the ground and looked at the sky. At this moment, he felt that life was really beautiful. Sister Nian was still here. At this moment, he was also very glad that he had not done something stupid back then, and had properly treated the fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension had never been better, and the creatures of the fifth dimension had never been more united. If Sister Nian recovered her memories and saw the current fifth dimension, how happy would she be? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little proud. At this moment, Nian Nian suddenly said, "It's done." After saying that, she picked up the roasted fish, tore off a piece of fish, and handed it to Yi Xian's mouth. "Eat." Yi Xian laughed and bit the piece of fish. Nian Nian blinked. "Is it delicious?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Of course it's delicious. Don't you see who roasted the fish?" Nian Nian giggled. "Bullsh *t." Yi Xian laughed. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared by the river. The person who had come was Bai Dizzy. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Dizzy and continued eating the fish. Nian Nian was a little wary. She hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly. Bai Dizzy looked at Nian Nian. "I miscalculated. I should have destroyed your main body back then. The fifth dimension Tendo was not a human. She was born for the fifth dimension and died for the fifth dimension. Her life was closely related to the fifth dimension. As long as the fifth dimension did not perish, she could live because of the fifth dimension. Of course, the most important thing was that her strength was still there. Her main body was also there. Although her soul had scattered between heaven and earth, it had not shattered. The fifth dimension had condensed her soul again." Yi Xian turned to look at Nian Nian and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Nian Nian nodded slightly and hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly. In the distance, Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, give her to us. Otherwise, I doubting will destroy you." Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and said with a smile, "Come on." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.